And we're live.
Okay. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tom Murphy, and I'm the mayor of the Village of Mamaroneck. We are here today to have a hearing based upon the findings of the Ethics Board in the matter of Ms. Cindy Goldstein. This hearing is not a retrying of the Ethics Board decision and opinion. This is a hearing about whether or not, under my authority in New York State law, Ms. Goldstein should be or could be or will be removed. I am open to all arguments in this matter. This is a very, very difficult position. This wasn't in the job description when I ran for mayor, but you know, we have to do the tests that are legally assigned to us. So that being said, I just want to point out that we're working off the record here. There are other ways of appealing the record, and Ms. Goldstein has availed herself of those. And another court will decide, not another court, a court, I'm not a court, but a court will decide whether that decision was appropriate or not based upon Article 78 that's been filed. That being said, I want to assure everybody that we're going to do our best to provide a fair and open process here. And we want to make sure at the end of this that folks know that they can provide comments by email for up to 2 weeks. And we will consider all those comments. And I am assisted today by my lawyer, Mr. Adam Stollerow. And Mr. Stollerow is going to go over the ground rules of this proceeding. Mr. Stollerow, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, this is a public hearing to determine whether or not Cynthia Greer Goldstein, a member of the Village Planning Board, should be removed for cause. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the mayor's authority under New York Village Law, Section 7-7189. Specifically, the law states that the mayor shall have the power to remove, after public hearing, any member of the planning board for cause. The Board of Trustees, which is the appointing authority for the Village Planning Board under the Village of Mamaroneck Code, does not have removal authority for planning board members. We anticipate that individual members of the Board of Trustees are observing the hearing today via Zoom and may choose to comment individually during the public comment period, but it will ultimately be the mayor's decision whether to adopt the recommendation of the Ethics Board. Although this public hearing would normally be held in person, Governor Cuomo's executive orders allow public hearings to be held via telephone or video conference. Specifically, on April 9th, 2020, Governor Cuomo issued Executive Order 202.15, which states that any local official, state official, or local government or school, which by virtue of the law has a public hearing scheduled or otherwise required to take place in April or May of 2020 shall be postponed until June 1st, 2020 without prejudice. However, such hearing may continue if the convening body or official is able to hold the public hearing remotely through the use of telephone conference, video conference, and or other similar service. Executive Order 202.29, which was issued on May 8th, 2020, extended the end date in the prior order to June 7th, 2020. Like the New York and federal courts and many other municipalities, we're doing our best to continue our appointed duties during COVID-19. So we want to thank you for attending today, and we ask that you bear with us and have patience for any technical difficulties that may arise. This meeting is being held during the daytime because it was anticipated to be a somewhat lengthy hearing, and we wanted to ensure that there was sufficient time to complete the hearing in one session without going late into the evening, and we wanted to give the opportunity for members of the public to be heard on this matter. The hearing is being live streamed and will be recorded. A recording of the video will be made available through the Village website with a link provided on the webpage for this hearing. The webpage also includes a link to the complete Ethics Board record in this matter and other materials. A court reporter is transcribing the hearing, and a transcript of the hearing will also be made available on the website. Depending on how long the hearing goes today, we will plan on taking 1 or 2 scheduled recesses one at 12 o'clock to 12:15, and again at 2:30 to 2:45 if needed. Otherwise, we hope to be finished by 2:30 if possible. Members of the public will be able to make comments at today's hearing after the completion of witness testimony. In order to make comments, you will need to be connected to the Zoom meeting by video, even if you are listening in by phone for the audio portion of the conference. And I'll go over, again, the specific procedures for this at the start of the public comment portion of the hearing. But you will need to use the raise your hand function on Zoom in order to be recognized by the village clerk and placed into the queue to comment. Comments today will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. In the event that anyone delivering oral comments today veers into the realm of fact testimony, that is, presenting facts related to the matter at hand and not simply opinion about whether the mayor should or should not adopt the recommendation of the ethics board, we'll ask that the speaker be sworn in as a witness under oath and that the mayor and counsel for Ms. Goldstein be given an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. In addition to the oral comment period at today's hearing, members of the public can send written comments to the mayor through June 10th, 2020 by emailing them to goldsteincomments@vomny.org, and the record of the hearing will be closed after June 10th. I next wanted to provide a summary of the background from the ethics board. The mayor is considering whether to adopt the recommendation of the ethics board based on the findings of the ethics board that Ms. Goldstein violated sections 21-4C and 21-4N of the Village Code of Ethics. The mayor's decision will be significant, based in significant part on the administrative record compiled by the ethics board during its inquiry, investigations, and hearing. A copy of the full record, as I mentioned, is available on the village's website on the webpage for this hearing, along with the decision and recommendation of the ethics board and other materials, including the memorandum of law that was filed in the Article 78 that was brought by Ms. Goldstein challenging the ethics board's decision. So rather than read the entire ethics board decisions and recommendations, which is available, I did want to summarize the background before we get into the testimony. This matter involves 2 applications before the planning board in which Ms. Goldstein actively participated. The first, Hampshire Recreation LLC, with respect to Hampshire Country Club and the application of Hampshire Recreation LLC to the planning board, the recommendation of the ethics board contained the following summary of the factual and procedural background. On December 10th, 2018, Ms. Goldstein was appointed to the planning board. Ms. Goldstein owns and resides at 5 Oak Lane, purchased in June 2017, which is located either next to or very close to Hampshire Country Club, and has winter views of the golf course and year-round open views from the lower rear yard towards the Hampshire property and the tidal pond that touches both Ms. Goldstein's and Hampshire's property. Since her appointment, Ms. Goldstein has actively participated in each planning board meeting that addressed the application of Hampshire Recreation LLC. In January 2019, the ethics board received information suggesting that Ms. Goldstein may have violated the disclosure and recusal requirements of the Code of Ethics when she participated in the consideration of the Hampshire application before the planning board. After the ethics board contacted Ms. Goldstein regarding its issue that her participation in the application of Hampshire Recreation LLC could be an issue, 2 members of the ethics board met informally with Ms. Goldstein on March 12th, 2019 to discuss the potential that recusal could be required. At that meeting, those ethics board members were seeking her input and to gather information from Ms. Goldstein to determine if there were any factors in addition to the location of her property relative to Hampshire that were relevant for the ethics board's consideration. While the ethics board had not then concluded, and to this date has not had to conclude, that proximity could alone be a factor requiring recusal under the Code of Ethics, it did view proximity and participation as appropriately giving rise to a question. Contrary to her assertions, the members of the ethics board who met with her never provided assurance that her conduct did not violate the Code of Ethics. Rather, the meeting was for the purpose of gathering facts and letting her know that no conclusions had been reached. In any event, at the March 12th, 2019 meeting, Ms. Goldstein dismissed the board's concerns out of hand, arguing that her property did not abut the Hampshire property. Later at the hearing, the village engineer, who has expertise in reading surveys, testified that a survey previously filed with the village by the Goldsteins showed that the northerly boundary of the Goldstein property indeed abuts the Hampshire property. The Ethics Board also found, as detailed in the decision, that the testimony by Ms. Goldstein's expert witness did not controvert this testimony by the village engineer. The Ethics Board found that Ms. Goldstein's property does abut Hampshire or is so close as to make the finding of boundary adjacency not determinative in the Ethics Board's decision or recommendations. To be clear, the Ethics Board did not base its decision solely on the proximity of Ms. Goldstein's property to Hampshire, but on the totality of the evidence presented. The second matter involves Last Home LLC, and with respect to 203 Hummocks Road and the application of Last Home LLC to the Planning Board, the recommendation of the Ethics Board contained the following summary of the factual and procedural background. Shortly after the Planning Board met on March 27th, 2019, the Ethics Board received information suggesting that Ms. Goldstein may have violated the disclosure and recusal requirements of the Code of Ethics when she participated at that meeting in the Planning Board's consideration of an application to demolish and replace the house at 203 Hummocks Road. In connection with the proposed work, the owner planned to extend a public sewer line down Hummocks Road from a manhole near Hummocks School to approximately the intersection of Hummocks Road and Oak Lane to allow the applicant to connect his home to public sewer lines. Extending the sewer line would make it substantially less expensive to add service to nearby residents, whatever the source of funding, and specifically to Oak Lane where the Goldsteins live. As of the March 27th, 2019 Planning Board meeting, Ms. Goldstein knew that her husband, Steve Goldstein, had been working for many months to get his neighbors and the Board of Trustees to support his efforts to get a sewer line extended down Hummocks Road to Oak Lane. In emails to his neighbors, at 3 appearances before the Board of Trustees, and in letters to the village, Mr. Goldstein consistently touted the economic and environmental benefits of adding the sewer line. In fact, after hearing the news of the outcome of the March 27th Planning Board meeting, in which his spouse participated, Mr. Goldstein wrote the village on March 31st, 2019, encouraging the village to support extension of the sewer to include Oak Lane. Mr. Goldstein's efforts are discussed and detailed in the decision. The Ethics Board contacted and met with Ms. Goldstein and her counsel after it received information that Ms. Goldstein may have violated her disclosure and recusal obligations at the March 27th, 2019 Planning Board meeting. She again dismissed the Ethics Board's concerns that her actions were inconsistent with the Code of Ethics. The specific charges that were filed by the Ethics Board against Ms. Goldstein are as follows. With respect to Last Home LLC, the charges against Ms. Goldstein alleged that she violated the Code of Ethics by failing to recuse herself from acting on that application at the Planning Board meeting on March 27th, 2019, and by failing to disclose her direct or indirect interest in the outcome of the application. The specific charges, as previously provided to Ms. Goldstein by notice on July 31st, 2019, are as follows. Village Code Section 21-4C. Village Code Section 21-4C1 requires that every member of a village board recuse himself or herself from acting on a matter before the village when acting on the matter or failing to act on the matter may benefit the persons listed in Section 21-4A, financially or otherwise, or give the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety. Among the persons listed in 21-4A are the board member and a member of his or her household. On or about February 28th, 2019, Last Home LLC applied to the Planning Board of the village for a wetland permit with respect to premises located at 203 Hummocks Road in the village of Mamaroneck. The application included the construction of a sewer line to be constructed in Hummocks Road to serve the premises at 203 Hummocks Road. If the sewer line were extended, it would also have the capacity to serve Ms. Goldstein's residence at 5 Oak Lane in the village of Mamaroneck. At or about and or prior to that time, Ms. Goldstein's husband, Mr. Stephen Goldstein, had discussed with the principal of Last Home LLC constructing the sewer line so that the sewer line could also serve the Goldstein residents and the residences of other neighbors. Mr. Goldstein appeared before and sent letters to the Board of Trustees of the village in or about that time to advocate for a special improvement district to construct the sewer line. Ms. Goldstein is a member of the Planning Board. On or about March 27, 2019, Last Home LLC appeared before the Planning Board in connection with its application for a wetland permit. Ms. Goldstein was aware of the proposed sewer line prior to that meeting, was aware of Mr. Goldstein's appearances before and letters to the Board of Trustees with respect to the proposed sewer line, and was aware that if the proposed sewer were built at the expense of Last Home LLC as a condition of its wetland permit, Mr. and Mrs. Goldstein would benefit from the construction of this sewer line because it would reduce the cost of providing public sewer service to their residents and might enhance the value of their property. Ms. Goldstein was also aware at the March 27, 2019 meeting, as a result of statements made at that meeting, that the sewer line project would continue. Despite this knowledge, Ms. Goldstein did not recuse herself with respect to the application of Last Home LLC, participating in the consideration of and acted on the Last Home LLC application as a member of the planning board at the March 27, 2019 meeting. By failing to recuse herself or acting on the application of Last Home LLC before the planning board and acting on the matter as a member of the planning board, Ms. Goldstein violated Village Code section 21-4C1. There were also charges under the section 21-5C of the Code of Ethics. I won't read them here because ultimately the ethics board did not reach a decision as to those charges. The second charge with respect to Last Home LLC was under Village Code 21-4N, which provides that to the extent that she or he knows thereof, any village officer, board member, with respect to matters in which she or he participates or in which her or his board is involved in the decision-making process, shall specifically and fully disclose on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting thereof the nature and extent of any direct or indirect interest in legislation or official action pending before the village. For the reasons stated above, Ms. Goldstein had a direct or indirect private interest in the application of Last Home LLC before the planning board and participated as a member of the planning board in the decision-making process with respect to that application. Ms. Goldstein did not specifically and fully disclose the nature and extent of that interest on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting of the Board of Trustees. By failing to specifically and fully disclose the nature and extent of her interest in the application of Last Home LLC on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Goldstein violated Village Code section 21-4N. So those were the charges by the Ethics Board related to Last Home LLC. The Ethics Board went on to state in its decision that the Ethics Board, the Village's Code of Ethics is not identical to the State Code of Ethics as it relates to its conflict of interest provisions. The Village Code specifically provides that to the extent this chapter is inconsistent with the provisions of 808, section 808 of the General Municipal Law, the more restrictive provision applies. The State Ethics Code defines interest as only a direct or indirect pecuniary or material benefit, and unlike the Village's Code of Ethics, does not mandate recusal for the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety. The Code of Ethics requires more of members of the village boards and commissions than that they not take discretionary actions with respect to applications in which they are interested. It requires that they avoid the reasonable appearance of impropriety. That requirement is not imposed by the common law or by the conflict of interest provisions of General Municipal Law, Article 18. Where it did appear until recently was in Canon 9 of the New York's Canons of Professional Ethics for Attorneys. The Court of Appeals has construed that standard as meaning that a lawyer may not place himself in a position where a conflicting interest may even inadvertently affect or give the appearance of affecting the obligations of the professionship. The standard still generally applies to judges. Applying this judicial standard, the New Jersey Supreme Court defined the application of the standard this way: would a reasonable, fully informed person have doubts about the judge's impartiality? With respect to the charges related to Hampshire Recreation LLC, on September 16, 2019, the Ethics Board provided notice to Ms. Goldstein that was bringing charges against her with respect to the application of Hampshire Recreation LLC. Those charges are that she violated the Code of Ethics by failing to recuse herself from acting on the application and by failing to disclose her direct or indirect interest in the outcome of that application. The specific charges related to Hampshire Recreation LLC are as follows. Village Code section 21-4C1 requires that every member of a village board recuse himself or herself from acting on a matter before the village when acting on the matter or failing to act may benefit the persons listed in section 21-4A financially or otherwise, or give the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety. Among the persons listed in 21-4A are the board member and a member of his or her household. Hampshire Recreation LLC has applied to the Planning Board of the Village of Mamaroneck for subdivision approval and various other approvals with respect to its premises at 1025 Cove Road in the village. The application proposes the construction of 105 residences. Ms. Goldstein resides at 5 Oak Lane in the Village of Mamaroneck. A reasonable person could perceive that the location of Ms. Goldstein's property at 5 Oak Lane in relation to the proposed development of the Hampshire Recreation LLC property is such that the construction of the proposed Hampshire subdivision will necessarily impact Ms. Goldstein and the value, use, and/or enjoyment of her property, and therefore gives the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety. Ms. Goldstein may also benefit financially or otherwise from acting or not acting on the application. Ms. Goldstein has participated and continues to participate as a member of the Planning Board in the consideration of the Hampshire Recreation LLC application. By failing to recuse herself from acting on the application of Hampshire Recreation LLC before the Planning Board, Ms. Goldstein violated Village Code Section 21-4C1. As with Last Home LLC, there were also charges under Section 21-5C. However, because the Ethics Board did not reach a decision on those charges, I will not read them here. The final charge was related to Hampshire Recreation LLC, and it related to Village Code Section 21-4N, and those charges were as follows. Village Code Section 21-4N provides that to the extent that she or he knows thereof, any village officer, board member, or employee with respect to matters in which she or he participates or in which her or his board is involved in the decision-making process shall specifically and fully disclose on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting thereof the nature and extent of any direct or indirect interest in legislation or other or official action pending before the village. For the reasons stated above, Ms. Goldstein had a direct or indirect private interest in the application of Last Home LLC before the Planning Board and participated as a member of the Planning Board in the decision-making process with respect to that application. Ms. Goldstein did not specifically and fully disclose the nature and extent of that interest on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting of the Board of Trustees. By failing to specifically and fully disclose the nature and extent of her interest in the application of Last Home LLC on the official record of the Board of Trustees at a regular public meeting of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Goldstein violated Village Code Section 21-4N. Following the service of charges against Ms. Goldstein, the Ethics Board conducted a hearing. After conducting its informal inquiries and investigations, including meeting with Ms. Goldstein on multiple occasions, the Ethics Board voted to hold a hearing to determine whether or not Ms. Goldstein violated the disclosure and recusal requirements of the Code of Ethics with respect to both matters. The hearing was held over 4 days in October and November of 2019. Ms. Goldstein was represented by counsel at the village's expense throughout the 4-day hearing. Ms. Goldstein was provided the full opportunity to call witnesses, to examine witnesses called by the Ethics Board, to submit evidence, and to present arguments. Following the hearing, on November 29th, 2019, the Ethics Board submitted a decision and recommendation to the Mayor and Board of Trustees. As detailed in the decision, the Ethics Board unanimously found that Ms. Goldstein's participation as a member of the Planning Board in the consideration of the applications of Hampshire Recreation LLC regarding the development of Hampshire Country Club and Last Home LLC regarding the property at 203 Hummocks Road constituted multiple violations of the Code of Ethics. The Ethics Board concluded in its decision that overwhelming evidence was adduced at the hearing that Ms. Goldstein committed each of the charged violations of the recusal requirements of Section 21-4C and the disclosure requirements of Section 21-4N of the Code of Ethics. Having reached a decision on the charges under these sections, the Ethics Board concluded that it did not need to reach a decision as to whether Ms. Goldstein had violated Section 21-5C. In light of all the facts and circumstances surrounding these violations, the Ethics Board recommended that Ms. Goldstein be removed from the Planning Board. Before we hear from Ms. Goldstein's attorney, I want to make clear that as the mayor said, this hearing is not about ruling on the constitutionality of the Village Code of Ethics or an appeal of the decision of the Ethics Board. The mayor does not have the power to overturn the decision of the Ethics Board or to rewrite sections of the Code of Ethics that Ms. Goldstein was found to have violated. She has brought an Article 78 proceeding in state court raising those claims, and that will be for the court to decide. Today, the mayor is considering whether to adopt the recommendation of the Ethics Board based on the record that was created through the Ethics Board process. Today's hearing is specifically not meant to repeat the hearing of the Ethics Board, and today's witness testimony and public comments are meant to supplement the record of the Ethics Board in order to assist the mayor in reaching his determination about whether to take disciplinary action. To the extent that we can try and stay focused on this question of whether removal is warranted, given the decision of the Ethics Board, it will help us have a productive hearing. And we will now hear from Mr. Stephen Leventhal on behalf of Ms. Goldstein.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by saying that I hope that all those who are participating, all those who are listening, and their loved ones are safe and well in this very difficult time that we're going through. Mr. Stollerow, I have a question for you. Both you and the mayor have said more than once that the mayor, that this is not an appeal of the Ethics Board's decision, nor is it a challenge to the Ethics Board's decision. By that, do you mean to say that in considering what weight to place on the decision, and in considering whether to take the recommendation of the Ethics Board, the mayor will not consider arguments as to why that decision may be invalid?
The answer is, I think that those arguments, I mean, obviously we expect that you are going to make arguments about why the Ethics Board's decision was not warranted. And I expect that you also may make arguments about whether the Code of Ethics is clear enough or is too vague to be followed. And I think that those arguments are appropriate in the sense that they may be a mitigating factor that the mayor can consider. But I want people watching and to remind the participants the limits of the mayor's power at this hearing, which is really whether to impose disciplinary action or not. It's not, the mayor doesn't have the ability to overturn what the Ethics Board has done.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, all those who are participating and listening. I would like to begin by renewing the request that we made on February 10th for the mayor's recusal. And I will provide two reasons for that request. But first, I would like to have the first exhibit, we'll call it Respondents Exhibit 1, deemed to be the witness list prepared by the Board of Ethics for its hearing. And I will, since we're conducting this hearing remotely, at the conclusion of the hearing today or tomorrow, I will transmit all of my exhibits to Mr. Stollerow. But the first exhibit that I now introduce is the Board of Ethics witness list. The mayor appeared on the list of witnesses that the Board of Ethics indicated it intended to call. The Board of Ethics did not call the mayor as a witness at the hearing, but then Planning Board Chair, Mr. John Verney, testified that he received a call from the mayor informing him that the village attorney, Mr. Robert Spalzino, would be calling him for the purpose of discussing whether Ms. Goldstein should recuse herself. So the mayor now is in the role of a judge. It is incompatible to be both a judge and a witness. If the mayor has personal knowledge of the events that underlie this hearing, he should recuse himself. And the fact that he appeared on the witness list prepared by the Board of Ethics certainly, at a very minimum, creates the appearance that he does, whether he now disavows that knowledge or not. So that is the first reason. And you'll hear momentarily that there's another person on the Board of Ethics witness list that the Board of Ethics has communicated with to indicate their opinion that he should not participate in this matter in any way. And he is not acting in the role of the judge. More about that in a moment. But there's a second reason that the mayor should not serve as the judge in this matter. In 2017, the Board of Trustees, after a referendum of the voters, exercised the power of the village under the municipal home rule law to supersede Village Law Section 7-718, and transferred the power to appoint village board members from the mayor to the Board of Trustees. The appellate division, with jurisdiction over the County of Westchester, has repeatedly ruled that the power to appoint is also the power to remove. It ruled that way in McComb versus Reasoner in 2006, Correa versus Village of Northport in 2004, and Waters versus Glen Cove in 1992. In addition, the Supreme Court of Nassau County similarly ruled in the Village of Manor Haven versus Toner in 2016. Therefore, in the Village of Mamaroneck, the mayor lacks the authority to remove a member of the planning board, and we ask that the mayor recuse himself in this matter.
So we did receive your request that the mayor recuse himself in this matter. And I want to respond to both of your arguments, but the mayor is not required to recuse himself. We looked at both of these issues carefully. With respect to the question of whether the mayor could be a witness, the mayor did appear on the list of witnesses from the ethics board. He was not called either by the ethics board or by Ms. Goldstein at the ethics board hearing, and has not been called as a witness in this hearing. The case law on this regarding even when judges are may appear as witnesses speaks to the question of whether they would be a material witness, not even just a witness. So the question is, could the mayor be a material witness? That is, could his testimony be material, in one way or the other as to whether Ms. Goldstein violated the code of ethics? And our decision is that it does not. So in terms of him appearing on a list of witnesses, it does not create a basis for recusal. The question about who has the removal authority for planning board members, this issue is crystal clear based on our research that although the 2017 board village referendum that gave the appointing authority to the Board of Trustees, that referendum did not speak at all of the removal authority, which remains with the mayor under New York Village Law 7-718, subsection 9. So the request for the mayor's recusal is denied.
Thank you. Removal in this case is not warranted. And the reason is that there is no legal cause for renewal. Legal cause involves specific elements. In the case of Gersh versus Tuckahoe, decided by the appellate division in 1965, the court said the cause, that is the cause for removal, must not be a mere whim or caprice of the one clothed with the power of removal, a mere subterfuge to get rid of the person holding the position. On the contrary, it must be of substance relating to the character, neglect of duty, or fitness of the person removed to properly discharge the duties of her position. So this morning, I am going to focus on Ms. Goldstein's character, the question of whether there was a neglect of duty by Ms. Goldstein, and her fitness for the position that she holds, that is a member of the planning board. As to character, and finally, I will address the reasoning of the Board of Ethics and discuss that in some detail. As to Ms. Goldstein's character, you will hear, the evidence will indicate that throughout her career, Ms. Goldstein has dedicated herself to volunteerism and civic activities, and that she has a long history of active participation in village government. The evidence will be unambiguous that Ms. Goldstein's character is beyond reproach. Here, there was no neglect of duty. Ms. Goldstein is a dedicated and conscientious planning board member. In one of the two matters that we're here to discuss, Ms. Goldstein recused herself before any charges were brought against her, after participating in only one meeting where the only actions taken were ministerial and involved no exercise of discretion by the planning board. In the other matter, the evidence will show that the project would not have had a significant impact on Ms. Goldstein. Furthermore, Ms. Goldstein is accused of violating a recusal requirement that the Board of Ethics admits is vague and has itself recommended that the Board of Trustees clarify. As to Ms. Goldstein's fitness for office, you will hear from the current chair of the planning board that Ms. Goldstein is a highly committed, knowledgeable, and energetic member of the planning board, and that her removal from office would be a great loss to the village. As to the faulty reasoning of the Board of Ethics here, the Board of Ethics claimed that there was a pattern of conduct when there was none. Two matters do not a pattern make, particularly when Ms. Goldstein recused herself in one of them. The only pattern was Ms. Goldstein's complete cooperation with the Board of Ethics before and after they charged her with an ethics violation. The Board of Ethics also based its recommendation on what it somehow concluded was Ms. Goldstein's unwillingness to consider the board's point of view. But this conclusion flies in the face of the fact that Ms. Goldstein was persuaded to recuse herself in one of the two applications that we are here to discuss. The Board of Ethics also based its recommendation on Ms. Goldstein's attitude and the spirit of the law, applying the members' own personal opinions and implicit biases. The evidence will show that the Board of Ethics has gone off the rails. The board's recommendation is expressed with inappropriate anger directed at a conscientious village volunteer who dared to disagree with its interpretation of the code. In what can only be described as neglect of its own duty, the Board of Ethics made its decision and recommendation before a motion to disqualify one of its members for bias was resolved. What are village residents to make of this hypocrisy? Finally, not content to let its decision and recommendation speak for itself, the Board of Ethics has attempted to influence the outcome of this hearing by intimidating a potential witness. At this time, I introduce correspondence from the Board of Ethics to Trustee Dan Natchez, dated February 21st. Mr. Storrow's letter to the Board of Ethics serving as counsel to Mr. Natchez, dated May 18th, and the Board of Ethics response to Mr. Storrow, dated May 22nd. More about that later, but as a result, Mr. Natchez, but Mr. Natchez appeared on the Board of Ethics witness list and was interviewed by the board. In their letter of February 21st, the Board of Ethics stated that it believed that the history strongly indicates that Mr. Natchez should consider recusal from participating in any issue regarding Ms. Goldstein. The Board of Ethics reiterated its position on May 22nd in a letter to Mr. Natchez's attorney. So that is the background. We intend to flesh out all of those issues as we go through the testimony and the documentary evidence. Thank you for your patience in hearing my opening statement. We now call Ms. Kathy Savold, chairperson of the Village of Mamaroneck Planning Board.
Kathy needs to be sworn as a witness?
No, it's, yes, she will be, but we need her to raise her hand in order to be, in order for Augie to have her appear as a panelist.
Give us a second. It'll happen. It only takes a second usually.
Kathy,
Can you hear
can
me?
you hear? Unmute your mic.
Are you good? You're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Stollerow, will the protocol be that witnesses will be visible on screen or only that their names appear?
It depends on whether they're joining by video or not. So if Ms. Savold has her video, she just has to turn her video on, I believe.
All right, Ms. Savold, that's entirely up to you. You can remain.
I don't have that. I don't have that capability. The
Okay, that's fine.
has not authorized me to be on video.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last statement.
I'm not authorized by the host to be on video. I've only been given rights to be on audio.
Hold on, we'll fix that. Can we fix that?
Fixing it.
We're fixing it as we speak.
I just got promoted.
There you go.
Here I am.
Okay, we can see you.
Hello, Ms. Savold.
Can we have the court reporter swear her in, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Savold, as you know, I am counsel to Cindy Goldstein in this matter. Would you please describe your current and past village positions, the positions that you've held in village government?
Yes, I was a trustee from 2000 to 2002. I was the mayor from 2007 to 2009. I've been on the planning board since 2017, and this past December, I was appointed chair of the planning board.
Thank you. And what is the role of the planning board in village government?
Basically, the planning board reviews and adjudicates applications related to building projects as spelled out in the village code. For example, we review projects requiring subdivision of plats, site plan reviews, wetlands permits, special permits as defined in the code, and variances from certain requirements pertaining to building in a floodplain.
Thank you. Are planning board members compensated?
No, we're strictly volunteers.
How often does the planning board meet?
Generally twice a month, except for August, but it can depend on where holidays fall and on our workload.
Is preparation for planning board meetings required of the members?
I would say yes. Some members do a great deal of preparation.
Does Ms. Goldstein prepare in advance for planning board meetings?
I would say yes. It's apparent to anyone watching the meetings that she is well prepared.
Has the village provided ethics training, guidance, or educational materials to planning board members while you've been a member of the board?
Well, we did have a basic training session last December, 2019. I don't believe it was mandatory. Other than that, I can't recall any other training session.
Other than the session in 2017, are you aware of any ethics training that was conducted for officers and employees for the village of Mamaroneck at any time?
I believe it was 2019, I said. It was just this past December.
I'm sorry, 2019. Thank you.
I believe back when I was mayor, when the law was first enacted, we had a training session for everyone affected by the law, which would be, all village employees, certain volunteers. So that goes back to 2008, somewhere in there.
Thank you.
I wouldn't know.
What approval, if any, did the owner of 203 Comics Road seek from the planning board in March of last year?
They applied for a wetlands permit from the planning board. That was the extent of their application to the planning board.
Right now, just to be clear, Mr. Stollerow, in reading from the Board of Ethics opinion, referred to Last Home LLC. Just to be clear, Last Home LLC and is the applicant with respect to 203 Comics Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is a wetlands permit?
It's an approval to build or otherwise disturb the earth in the wetlands buffer, which is 100 feet in from any wetlands.
Did the planning board conduct a hearing in the matter?
Yes, we did.
Why?
Required by the village code.
What is required by the village code?
A public hearing on the matter.
Does the planning board decide what applications it will hear?
No, we have no discretion in that.
How is that decided?
Any action requiring a public hearing is spelled out in the village code.
And who schedules the hearings?
I believe it's the land use coordinator in conjunction with the planning director and the legal team.
But not the planning board?
No, we get the agenda pretty much when it's made public to the public to find out what's going on in our meetings.
And how does the planning board go about opening a hearing?
It's pretty standard. One member will make a motion to open the hearing. A second member will second the motion, and then there's a voice vote, usually by every planning board member.
Does the planning board consider the environmental impacts of the applications that it hears?
Yes.
How does it go about doing that?
Each applicant completes a form that the planning board then reviews with the staff. And the board determines the type of action, if a review is required, and if a review is required, at what level that review would be.
And do you know what a type 2 action is?
Yes, a type 2 action is an action that does not require any environmental review.
How does the planning board classify an action as a type 2 action?
We follow the State Environmental Quality Review Act, which has a list within it of projects that are automatically type 2 projects. Single family homes are on that list and are always type 2 projects.
What notices, if any, are sent to the owners of properties surrounding a development site?
I believe, since the planning board is not really involved in this, that the code specifies notice provisions for the different types of actions, and the applicants need to follow, the applicants send out the notices and they need to follow the instructions for their particular application type.
And to whom are the notices sent?
Well, it depends on the action. Some are 100 feet to neighbors within 100 feet of the property boundary. Some of them are within 400 feet. It depends on what the applicant wants to do.
What, if any, village office did you hold at the time the Code of Ethics was adopted?
I'm almost sorry to say that I was the mayor.
At the time the Code of Ethics was adopted, was it your understanding that a member of a land use board would be required to recuse herself simply because she lived in the notice area?
No, not at all. That was even part of the discussion. None of what's going on here was intended, in my opinion, or within the spirit of the law.
Are you aware of a proposal by the Board of Ethics for an amendment to the Code of Ethics that would require a member of a land use board to recuse herself simply because she lived in the notice area?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you have an opinion of that proposal?
I do.
What is your opinion?
I'm not in favor of it. I think it's unnecessary and not part of the intent of the law.
Does the planning board, I'm sorry,
You want to know why?
yes.
I mean, having been involved in public hearings on all sorts of matters in both my capacity as board member and as a planning board member, just because you live within a certain radius of a property doesn't automatically mean you're going to have a bias or a conflict of interest or that you can't be objective. And I think we're a small village. It's just not practical to codify that requirement.
Does the planning board have an attorney?
Yes, the Village of Mamaroneck provides us with an attorney.
And does the planning board's attorney attend the board's meetings?
Either the village attorney or the deputy attorney are usually present.
To your knowledge, has the planning board's attorney ever told members of the planning board that they must recuse themselves if they live in the notice area?
No, not to my knowledge at all.
In the period since December 2017, how many members have served on village land use boards, if you know?
I looked into this because I was curious. There have been 24 discrete individuals who have served or are currently serving on the 3 land use boards.
And how many land use board members have been men and how many have been women?
There have been 14 men and 10 women.
I'm sorry, 14 men and
14 men and 10 women.
to your knowledge, how many of those land use board members have been subject to inquiries by the Board of Ethics?
I believe there have been 5 women over the past couple of years who have been subject to inquiries by the Board of Ethics.
How about men?
I haven't heard of any.
What is the source of your information?
Well, the number and the names of people and how they identify themselves gender-wise is available from public records. Minutes are posted from every meeting. So I went back and looked at minutes throughout the year to see who were on each of the boards. And the information about the ethics inquiry is not public, but we're a small town. People talk. It's been circulating around the village for a while now.
What background, if any, do you have in the investigation of discrimination complaints?
Very early in my career, I was an analyst for the Office for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education. This office investigated discrimination complaints in educational institutions.
What conclusion, if any, have you reached about the relative treatment of male and female land use board members by the Board of Ethics?
Well, when I started hearing about this, it sort of jogged my memory about my training that I had years ago. And first thing that you do is run some numbers and look to see if there's a pattern and a practice that would then lead to an investigation. So this simple data, which wasn't complicated to figure out, certainly creates the appearance of such a pattern. And I was going to recommend or say that I thought the Board of Trustees should look into it further. But in light of the mayor's comment at last night's Board of Trustees meeting where he referred to the 2 female trustees as chicks. I recommend that any investigation would be conducted by an external person.
How long have you known Ms. Goldstein?
I've known her for 20 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with her?
We're friends, it's friendly.
Have you formed an opinion as to Ms. Goldstein's character?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion?
Over the years, I've seen Ms. Goldstein in so many different positions and ways that she's helped this community. I would say she's of the highest character. In fact, early on, after I got to know her and heard about everything that she's done for this village, I publicly referred to her and would tell people that she should be called the Mother Teresa of Mamaroneck. Several people have heard me say that.
Has Ms. Goldstein provided you with any professional services?
Yeah, she is my accountant and she does my and my husband's taxes annually.
Anything other than that?
My family, after my parents died, we were left some property, so we have a very small family trust, and she's also the accountant for my family's trust as selected by the other members of my family and myself.
In your opinion, what makes someone a good planning board member?
Well, I've had the opportunity to think about this. And I used to write a lot of job descriptions in my administrative work. So if I were to write a job description for a planning board member, I would say that their qualifications would be common sense, a willingness to do the work and put in the time, critical thinking, reading comprehension, an ability to look beyond what is presented, and someone who will spark and promote discussion with the other members.
Thank you. I was just taking some notes. Do you believe that Ms. Goldstein possesses those characteristics?
Absolutely, of the highest order.
How would you describe her participation as a planning board member generally?
She's one of the most highest participation. I mean, there's no application that comes before us that she hasn't reviewed thoroughly.
Forgive me for asking a question which may seem to you to be obvious, but have you formed an opinion as to Ms. Goldstein's fitness as a member of the planning board?
Absolutely. I find her of the highest caliber. I'm proud to serve with her.
How would you characterize her level of preparation in her service as a planning board member?
She's very prepared at every meeting, reviews every identified issue, and uncovers things that are between the lines as well.
Is the Hampshire application typical of applications to the planning board?
Not really. The scope of it was much, much larger than what we normally see. It was a large development that required a full review under the secret law, and over various planning board, that review lasted 5 years. Neither one of us were involved for the entire 5 years on the planning board, but we were here at the end.
Did you observe any difference between Ms. Goldstein's level of preparation in the Hampshire matter and her level of preparation in other matters?
No, she was just as thoroughly prepared for Hampshire as she is for anything, even review of the minutes. It's just thorough, and Hampshire was just larger. It took a lot more time and it was a lot more complicated.
How would you characterize Ms. Goldstein's objectivity in her service as a member of the planning board?
I would say she's completely objective.
And did you observe any difference between Ms. Goldstein's objectivity in the Hampshire matter and her objectivity in other matters?
No, I have not witnessed any difference.
How would you rate Ms. Goldstein's performance as a planning board member generally?
I would give her the highest rating. She puts in the work and her input is relevant, and she doesn't speak just to hear herself talk. She speaks because she has something important to add to the application's review.
And how would you rate Ms. Goldstein's performance in the planning board's review of the Hampshire application?
Highest level of involvement, spot on with many issues. It was obvious to anybody watching the proceedings that that review of that application would have been a much less review if she weren't involved with it.
What, in your opinion, would be the effect upon the planning board of Ms. Goldstein's removal from the board?
As you mentioned in your opening statement, I think it would be a huge loss for the people of the village of Mamaroneck, and I don't think removing her is in the best interest of the village of Mamaroneck.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Adam, you want to go? Then I'll follow you up.
Yes, I have a few questions on behalf of the mayor. Good morning, Ms. Sable.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, Mr. Stollerow, you indicated to me that the mayor would be conducting any examination of the witnesses and not you.
The mayor does have a few questions for the witness, and based on her testimony, so do I.
So then both you and the mayor intend to examine witnesses on behalf of the mayor?
I intend for my examination to be relatively short, but yes.
And do you agree that neither you nor the mayor are in the role in this proceeding of adversaries to Ms. Goldstein?
That's correct. We're just trying to determine whether the mayor should adopt the recommendation of the ethics board.
So your questions are not in the nature of a cross-examination. They are in the nature of eliciting information that you think might be helpful for the mayor to make his decision. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Sable, you mentioned that you knew about 5 different inquiries or investigations that the ethics board had conducted of female members of land use boards in the last few years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me the names of those board members?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to name their names. They have spoken to other people about their involvement. I mean, I looked to Mr. Leventhal, whether I should name their names, but so the rumor mill, which, you know, it concerned me because my very appearance here today makes me, and my service on the land use board makes me uncomfortable that I might be a future target of the Board of Ethics for some reason or another. So that's why I looked into this. I was extremely concerned that I would have a target on my back or my forehead or whatever. I don't know whether I should name the names. Obviously, Ms. Goldstein is one of them.
And you don't feel comfortable naming any of the other 4 names?
I didn't ask their permission to name them, although, like I said, they did have discussed this with other people, which is how it got out there. They're not denying it, but no, I don't feel comfortable naming the names.
Have you discussed this directly with any of those other 4 land use board members?
No, I have not.
How did you learn about, without their names, I don't know how to refer to them, but if Ms. Goldstein is land use board member number 1, how did you learn about land use board member number 2?
As I mentioned, the village of Mamaroneck is a very small town. Women who are involved in various activities related to public service or the local politics all know one another, and everybody talks, just like any other town, small or large.
For any of these other 4 land use board members, did you hear directly from a member of the ethics board that there was an investigation or inquiry into any of those 4 people?
No, that would be inappropriate because they're required to preserve the person's confidentiality. But since the person involved spoke of it, they obviously released it confidentiality because they told other people that they had come under investigation.
Do you have in your possession any documents that confirm that any of these 4 individuals were under an inquiry or investigation?
No, as I said, I just ran some numbers to see if there was an appearance of a pattern and a practice of issues. The next step would be to do a more thorough investigation and to speak to the people involved and gather documents and to see if there is indeed something that is happening here in the village of Mamaroneck that the people should be aware of and should be remedied.
So just so I understand, you do not have any documents related to any of those 4 land use board members that indicate that there was an inquiry or investigation by the ethics board?
I do not know.
What boards are you, what boards do you consider falling under the land use board category? So these, you mentioned there were 24 board members. Which
24
boards?
individuals.
Yes.
Individuals, because people serve more than one term, you know, and they move from board to board. So I took that all into consideration in the analysis. It's the zoning board, the planning board, and the HCZN, Harbor Coastal Zone Management.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the board.
Oh, it's zoning board, planning board, and Harbor Coastal Zone Management.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you know that there are no male board members who have been the subject of inquiry or investigation by the ethics board during this time period?
I don't know. That would, again, come under a further investigation. I gave you the information that I have.
Are you aware of any inquiries or investigations by the ethics board into male board members other than the land use boards that you mentioned?
The only thing I've heard is what Mr. Leventhal mentioned about Mr. Natchez. Other than that, I haven't heard anything. I read the testimony with regards to Ms. Goldstein and about how other members of the board did similar things to what she's accused of doing and recommended to removal, but they were never investigated by the ethics board for the exact same behavior. Living close by to somebody who was applying to have something before the planning board. So I can use that as an example because that's already in the record.
Did you have a meeting or a call with Mr. Leventhal in preparation for today's testimony?
He did speak to me about some of the questions that he was going to ask me, yes.
Did he provide you with a copy of the questions that you would be asked today?
Yes, he did.
Did you draft responses to those questions?
I prepared myself by going through the questions and making sure that I did my homework and had answers ready, yes.
Were you referring to written notes during your testimony today?
I wrote down some bullet points to make sure that I said what I wanted to say.
Okay, we would request that the written questions that you received and your notes that you used in your testimony today be sent to the mayor.
Objection. You are not a party to this proceeding. The parties decide what evidence to introduce. This is not a roving inquisition in which the fact finder goes around the village demanding information and conducting an investigation. This is not an investigation by the mayor. This is a public hearing.
Yes, but there was testimony in the public hearing that has a basis in research, and we would appreciate having that research.
So it's in the nature of a request, not a demand.
What do you think?
It is in the nature of a demand, and if you want, I can issue a subpoena ducis tecum, which is what we received from you on Friday with respect to Mr. Natchez, and we complied by giving you the documents. We can go through that process, but I'm requesting that she provide those notes.
Well, I think you're going to have to go through that process, and we will determine whether the tribunal, whether a subpoena issued by the tribunal and not at the request of a party before the tribunal is an appropriate exercise of the subpoena power.
Okay, thank you. Your position is noted. Adam, please go ahead with the question.
Those are all of my questions. So
Okay.
I yield to you, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Ms. Sable, how are you?
I'm fine, Mr. Mayor.
Uh,
My job description either not what I thought I was signing up for either, so I feel
Yeah.
your pain.
Let me just state for the record, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. I just want to state my objection to witnesses being questioned by both
Noted.
the mayor's counsel and the mayor.
Your objection's noted. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Kath. Ms. Sable, I'm sorry. If a person lives in an area in close proximity and receives notice, if you don't think that requires recusal, would you think it at least requires disclosure?
I would, I'm not on the Board of Ethics and I'm not here really to,
Well, I'm asking you as a mayor who, I mean, I served with you when we passed this ethics law.
I know, the two of us worked very hard on that together. I would say that yes, it would require disclosure, but when we received the paper for the Homix Road project, there was nothing in any of the documents we received that mentioned that the applicant was putting in a sewer line. They applied strictly to wetlands. And it wasn't until we were at the planning board meeting where they mentioned they were going to be putting in a sewer line.
I was thinking more about Homix. Not Homix, I'm sorry. I was thinking more about Hampshire.
Oh, Hampshire? Hampshire is so big. I can't imagine, if you were to disqualify anybody that was within 400 feet of its perimeters on all directions, you'd certainly disqualify a lot of people from participating in a lot of things. I would not,
Okay.
I wouldn't say that would, I thought you were talking about Homix Road.
Okay. The last question. In your research about land use board members and their makeup, since I've been mayor, what would be the makeup of the appointments to planning board and zoning board?
Let's see, since you've been, I didn't look at before you were mayor, but I was going to give you kudos that there are a lot more women.
Yeah, let me answer it for you. It's 100% women.
Objection. Objection. Is
Yeah.
the mayor going to be testifying at this hearing?
Okay, thank you. I withdraw.
Mr. Stolero, is the mayor going to be testifying at this hearing? If so, I want him sworn in and I want him disqualified as the arbiter.
The mayor is not going to be testifying at the hearing.
I can say, however, though, that the ratio's gone down in this current year. It used to be almost 50%, half and half, but in 2020, we lost a few women. So just pointing it out.
All right, if the mayor is finished, I have a follow-up question for Ms. Sable.
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead.
Right. You answered a question with respect to what you thought about disclosure by a board member of the fact that they live in the notice area. If the circumstances were that there were no significant impacts on the individual from the project, and they did not disclose publicly that they lived in the notice area, would you consider that a circumstance that would warrant removal from the board?
Removal from the board?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions?
Okay, I think we're done with Ms. Sable.
Ms. Sable, thank you very much for your willingness to participate this morning.
Hey, you can now demote me from being a participant.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Kathy. Have a good day.
Thank you all, and do the right thing for the village of Mamaroneck.
What we're here for. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes, my next witness is Cindy Goldstein.
You got to unmute Cindy. Cindy, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, good morning, Ms. Goldstein.
Good morning, Mr. Leventhal,
Let's,
Mr.
sorry,
Stolero, and Mr. Mayor.
just to stop you, let's make sure she gets sworn in first, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Goldstein, would you please describe your professional background?
I'm a lawyer and a CPA licensed in New York State, and I maintain a busy tax practice.
Okay, I'm going to put up I'm going to introduce your current resume. Your resume was a part of the record before the Ethics Board, but you've updated it. And I'm putting it up on the screen so that it will assist you in the next question that I'm going to ask. Nope,
You're almost there.
here we go.
There we are.
Is that full screen? Okay, great.
All right, I seem to have disconnected here. Okay, I've got it. I've got it.
Okay, so Ms. Goldstein, the question is, please, I put this up as a memory aid for you. I'm going to ask you to please describe your history of volunteerism.
So for approximately 26 years, I have done pro bono legal and tax work for local individuals and also charitable organizations. I do filings with New York State to get incorporation for not-for-profits or organizations, and I follow that through the IRS process. I've been a Village of Mamaroneck Planning Board member since December of 2018. And prior to that, I spent 6 years on the Village of Mamaroneck Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission, 5 years of that as the chairperson. I was the honoree in 2018 of the At Home on the Sound Spring Gala. And in 2001, I was awarded the Tri-Municipal Martin Luther King Jr. Award for Community Service. And in 2003, I also received the Daughters of the American Revolution Community Service Award. I've spent 30 years on the board of Pace University, where I've served as secretary to the board and vice chair on the executive committee. I spent 3 years on the village's flood mitigation advisory committee and 13 years on the board as an executive board member and treasurer of the Washingtonville Housing Alliance. It's a not-for-profit corporation that builds, manages residential properties for affordable housing. I spent 6 years as the president and founder of Employment for Larchmont and Mamaroneck to help people find gainful employment by supporting them with resume preparation and interview techniques and networking. I was the president of the Mamaroneck Larchmont PT Council. And for 6 years, I was the treasurer of the Larchmont Mamaroneck Hunger Task Force, where I was also a founder. And I did all of their legal work and tax work pro bono. I was the president of the Hommock School PTA and the Central School PTA. I was also for 8 years the Village of Mamaroneck Democratic Committee chair. I was chair when then Mayor Chapin appointed now Mayor Murphy as a trustee. I spent 5 years on the Village Budget Committee, and I was a Girl Scout leader.
All right, thank you. This exhibit can come down. Yeah. All right. Have you ever been accused of an ethics violation before this incident?
No, never.
How does it make you feel to be accused of an ethics violation?
It felt like a gut punch, and I thought there had to have been some mistake.
Have you missed any meetings as a member of the land use boards that you've been on?
In
And
the
by that, I'm sorry, and by that I mean both the planning board and the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Committee.
So over those 7 years that I've served on both those boards, I was excused for a prior commitment once.
How do you prepare for meetings of the planning board?
I review the materials that were provided. I research the law if that's something that's required or I have questions about. I read all of the reports from the consultants and from the public and from the applicant. And I speak with village building department staff if I have additional questions.
On average, how much time do you spend on planning board business?
Well, as Ms. Sable said, we have about a minimum of 20 meetings a year because we meet twice a month, almost every month. 20 meetings a year. I probably spend 10 to 15 hours of preparation time for each meeting, but that's on average. That can vary either way.
What, if any, training are planning board members required to complete?
We have to do 4 hours of training in land use every year.
All right, have you completed your required training?
Yes, I have.
All right, I'm going to introduce a certificate indicating that fact and put it up on the screen for viewing. There we go. Is that the certificate that you received for completing your 4 hours of planning board training?
Yes.
All right, and that can come down now. Let's talk about the Hommocks Road application. What approval, if any, did the owners of the Hommocks Road property seek from the planning board in March of last year?
They were looking to demolish and rebuild their house, so they were looking for a wetlands permit from the planning board.
Please put up the hearing notice. All right, I've just posted an exhibit which I will introduce after you identify it. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the notification to neighbors of 203 Hommocks Road.
Okay, I will I now introduce this exhibit, and I'll ask you, Ms. Goldstein, to please read the description of the application that appears on that notice.
The subject project consists of the demolition of an existing single-family residence and the construction of a new dwelling in the same general vicinity located in the southern portion of the project site. In combination with the proposed house construction, the owner/applicant is also proposing a new outdoor tennis court as well as other ancillary site improvements to the existing driveway and hardscape features.
You can come down now, thank you. Did the applicant also plan to extend an existing sewer line?
Yes, but that's not within the purview of the planning board.
How many times did you participate in the planning board's consideration of the Hommocks Road application?
Once at the meeting on March 27th, 2019.
And what actions of the planning board, in what actions of the planning board did you participate?
I participated in the only 2 actions we took that night. The first was to open the public hearing, and the second one was to type the action under SECRA.
Why did the planning board open the hearing?
It's in the code. We have to open the hearing.
How did the planning board classify the action for SECRA purposes?
We voted that it was a type 2 action under SECRA.
What is a type 2 action?
Type 2 action appears on the state regulated regulations list of type 2 actions. There are many things that are on that list, and a single family home is one of them.
And what is the significance of an action appearing on the type 2 list?
That means there are no significant environmental issues and that the SECRA process ends.
Okay, let's put up the type 2 list, please. Okay, Ms. Goldstein, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the regulations in the state of New York.
And in particular, what is this document?
It's describing and listing all of the different actions that must be classified as type 2 actions.
All right, would you please read item number 11?
Construction or expansion of a single family, a two-family, or a three-family residence on an approved lot, including provision of necessary utility connections as provided in paragraph 13 of this subdivision, and the installation, maintenance, or upgrade of a drinking water well or septic system or both, and conveyances of land in connection therewith.
And just to be clear, is this the type 2 list that the planning board uses to classify actions?
Yes,
And where did this list come from?
it's the New York State Code.
Okay. Now, please take another look at the hearing notice.
Yes,
Did the Hommocks Road application involve construction of a single-family residence on an approved lot, including provision of necessary utility connections?
yes, exactly.
Now look again at the type 2 list, please. What does the Hommocks Road application match the criteria in item 11,
Yes, directly.
even with the extended sewer line?
Yes, utilities are covered by this definition.
And what does that mean?
It means that the planning board must classify the action in accordance with this list. There's no choice.
All right, did the planning board take any other action on the Hommocks Road application at that March 27th meeting?
No, there were only the 2 votes.
Have you read the Village Code of Ethics?
I have.
All right, I'm going to show you section 21-4A and ask you to read it aloud. 21-4A.
Standards of,
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. I have excerpted the provision. The list of persons who might potentially be benefited is longer. I've reduced the excerpt to the portion that's relevant to this matter. So please read the excerpt.
standards of conduct, general prohibition. A village officer, board member, or employee shall not use his or her official position or office, or take or fail to take any discretionary action in a manner which he or she knows or has reason to know may result in a personal financial benefit for any of the following persons: the village employee or officer, or a member of his or her household.
All right, so what types of actions is an officer or employee prohibited from taking if the action will benefit themselves or a family member?
Anything that requires judgment or discretion.
Okay. Now please take a look at the definition of discretionary actions that appears in Code of Ethics section 21-3, which is also on the screen. It's just above 21-4.
Discretionary action, any act involving the exercise of judgment or discretion by a village officer or employee, either individually or as a member of any board, body, and
Oh, it's cut off. I think we have another slide for this. Nope.
nope.
No. Okay, so, all right. Okay. Did anyone speak to you about, well, before we go there, let me ask you, did opening the meeting, the vote by the planning board to open the meeting on the 203 Hommocks Road application involve the exercise of discretion by the planning board?
No, it was mandated by law.
Did classifying the action as a type 2 action under the SECRA regulations involve any exercise of discretion by the planning board?
None whatsoever.
Why not?
Because under New York state law, if the action appears on the list, we must use the list to type it. And it was a type 2 action, no discussion.
Did anyone speak to you about recusing yourself from participating in the planning board's consideration of the Hommocks Road application?
Yes, Mr. John Verney, the planning board chair at the time.
When did that occur?
Well, in our testimony, we have a difference in our recollections. He stated under oath that it was before the March 27th meeting. I stated under oath, I believed it was after the March 27th meeting.
Okay. What did Mr. Verney say to you?
Mr. Verney called me and said that he had been asked by, he'd been informed by the mayor that the village attorney, Bob Spalzino, who's also our land use counsel, would be contacting him, Mr. Verney, to discuss an issue on 203 Homix Road that related to me and my potential recusal on that.
Did Mr. Spalzino speak to you about recusing yourself?
No,
Did the planning board have a lawyer at the March 27th meeting?
yes.
Who was that lawyer?
I believe it was Krista Halpin, an associate of Mr. Spalzino's.
Did Ms. Halpin or whatever other lawyer may have been representing the planning board on that evening advise you that you should recuse yourself?
No one on the village legal staff at any time spoke to me, approached me, sent me an email, nothing.
What, if anything, did you do after the March 27th meeting at which those two votes, one to open the meeting and the other to classify the action, were taken by the planning board?
I recused myself on that application.
All right, please put up the, okay. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, what do you recognize it to be?
That's my letter of recusal on 203 Homix Road.
And Ms. Stollerow, just to be clear, any documents that I display, if they're not already in the record, I am offering into evidence so that I don't need to keep saying that. Thank you. Ms. Goldstein, please read your recusal letter. Well, first, before you read it, who did you send this letter to?
I sent it by email to the mayor and the board of trustees, the village manager, the planning board chair, the board of ethics chair, and Mr. Spalzino in his capacity as village attorney and land use counsel.
All right, and please read the letter.
June 14th, 2019. On March 27th, an application for a wetlands permit for demolition of existing structures and construction of a new home at 203 Homix Road appeared on the planning board agenda for the first time. When the matter was called, I stated on the record that I own a home within the notification radius. The board opened the hearing and classified the action for secret purposes. No other action was taken. After the meeting, it was suggested that I recuse myself in the matter based on the speculation that I might benefit in the event a sewer line is approved and installed at the property. As you may be aware, the proposed sewer line does not extend to my property where I could tie in without considerable costs that I would have to pay for. On May 14th, I received a letter from the Board of Ethics informing me that the Board of Ethics had opened an investigation regarding my participation in the matter. Because I am committed to the highest standards of ethics in village government, I consulted a prominent legal expert in the field of local government ethics. Based on his advice, I believe that my participation in this matter did not give rise to a conflict of interest or a reasonable appearance of impropriety. Nevertheless, in order to avoid even the speculation that I might benefit from this application, as well as any appearance of impropriety, whether deemed reasonable or not, and to put the matter to rest, I have decided to recuse myself. Therefore, I will not participate in the discussions, deliberations, or vote in connection with the application for a wetlands permit at 203 Homix Road.
Thank you. Why did you think that you did not have a conflict of interest in the Homix Road application?
Well, it's certainly no secret that my husband publicly advocated on many occasions for the sewer line extension that would service not just my house, but all of the houses on Oak Lane. And I certainly understand that some people could think that would look like a benefit to me. So I consulted Mr. Leventhal, a prominent expert in government ethics. And while I didn't believe there was a conflict or an appearance, because I knew that my husband was unsuccessful in persuading the neighbors to join in the special district to extend the sewer line, and because we were certainly unwilling to pay for the entire cost ourselves, I decided the best course of action was to recuse on the application.
Ms. Goldstein, just to be clear, because those who are listening to this proceeding today are not familiar with all of the facts of the case and the background. So just to be clear, what difference is, if any, is there to the point at which the owner of 203 Hommocks Road intended to extend the sewer line and the point to which it would need to be extended in order to service your home?
If my recollection is correct, it was about at least 100, 120 feet that the line would have to be extended underground through the road, possibly through rock, to get to a point where I could then hook up to it.
And was it the cost of that further extension beyond the point at which the owner of 203 Hommocks Road intended to extend the line, the work, the cost of which you felt would be prohibitive because the neighbors declined to share in it? Is that correct?
That's correct. The cost was estimated at about $120,000. And if the neighbors were not willing to chip in, and the village had indicated they weren't interested in working on that sewer district so that we would all contribute to the cost, that wasn't happening. So we weren't going to be out of pocket for that enormous amount of expense.
All right, so then if you didn't believe that you had a conflict of interest, why did you recuse yourself?
Just to put the matter to rest.
Now, the letter, you said, you testified that the letter was sent to the addressees, is that right?
Yes, by email.
Okay. Did you personally appear before the Board of Trustees to announce your recusal?
No, I did not.
Why not?
In all the years I've lived in this village, I've never seen anybody appear in front of the Board of Trustees to announce a recusal on any application. And certainly my email would have sufficed to let them know what I had done.
So after you recused yourself, did you have any participation in the Planning Board's consideration of the Hommocks Road application?
No, at every subsequent meeting, I mentioned I was recused and I left the room.
Were you present during any further consideration by the Planning Board of the Hommocks Road application?
No,
Did you ever participate in a vote to approve or disapprove the Hommocks Road application?
no, I did not vote.
Please put up. Yes. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the decision and recommendation of the Board of Ethics.
Okay. Let's take a look at page 4. Would you please read the highlighted portion?
Ms. Goldstein at all times rejected out of hand the concerns raised in writing and in person by the Ethics Board and others with not even a suggestion she would consider them.
Did you reject out of hand the concerns of the Ethics Board?
No,
Okay, let's go to the next page 4. It's also on page 4. Next, oh wait, that's it. Please read the highlighted material, Ms. Goldstein.
in every setting in which the Ethics Board met with Ms. Goldstein, she refused to even consider the Ethics Board view that her conduct could be in violation of the disclosure requirements and recusal provision of the Code of Ethics.
Did you refuse to consider the Ethics Board's views?
Considering all the amount of time that I spent speaking to them, producing documents, meeting with them, no, that's not true.
Okay, next. Still on page 4 of the decision, please read the highlighted material.
Ms. Goldstein's conduct surrounding the Last Home LLC application blatantly flouted the language and spirit of the Code of Ethics. In the case of the Last Home LLC matter, Ms. Goldstein ignored the concerns of the chair of the Planning Board.
Is that the matter that you recused yourself on?
It is.
Did you blatantly flout the language and spirit of the Code of Ethics?
No, I did not.
Did you ignore the concerns of the Planning Board chair?
No, I recused.
Did the planning board chair even express any concerns to you?
No, after I had the phone conversation with him, he said he didn't think that I needed to recuse, and I said I would seriously consider it.
Okay, now let's go to page 6 of the Ethics Board decision. Please read the highlighted material.
Similarly, the Ethics Board finds that Ms. Goldstein's June 14th, 2019 letter recusing herself from Last Home LLC and her subsequent disclosure of that recusal at a planning board meeting only acted to further the board's recommendation. Far from acknowledging that her participation in the Last Home LLC might have been improper, Ms. Goldstein asserted she was not required to recuse herself and made misrepresentations.
Why didn't you acknowledge that your participation in the Hommocks Road matter might have been improper?
I didn't agree.
Did you make any misrepresentation in your recusal letter?
I did not.
Okay, so let's go to page 2 of the Ethics Board decision. Please read the highlighted material.
Although she ultimately recused herself in that matter after meeting with the Ethics Board, Ms. Goldstein's letter of June 14th, 2019, by which she announced her recusal, disingenuously failed to address the actual conflict of interest or explain why she had not acknowledged the conflict and recused herself on March 27th, 2019, when the matter was before the planning board and the conflict was readily apparent on the record.
Now, did your recusal letter state the basis on which it was asserted by some that you had a conflict of interest on the application?
Yes, it discussed the sewer line and the fact that some might think of that as a benefit to me.
And what did you identify as the reason for your recusal in the letter?
In order to avoid even the speculation that there was a conflict,
A
to
conflict
clear up the matter.
A conflict arising from what?
Perceived speculative benefit that the sewer line would be extended, which I knew it wasn't going to be.
Now, the Board of Ethics claims that you recused yourself after meeting with the board. Did you meet with the Board of Ethics on the Hommocks Road matter before recusing yourself?
No, I did not.
What had you met with the Board of Ethics about?
I met with 2 members of the Board of Ethics on March 14th about the Hampshire matter.
Okay, thank you. So now let's turn to the Hampshire matter. This is not, okay, thank you. How did you learn that the Board of Ethics was looking into your participation in the Planning Board's review of the Hampshire subdivision application?
I received an email transmitted from the village attorney's office from the Board of Ethics.
And did the email transmit to you the documents that's currently on the screen?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and that was your first notice or notification that the Planning Board was looking into your participation in the Hampshire matter?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when you first learned that the Board of Ethics was looking into your participation in the Hampshire matter?
Well, this email was transmitted to me late on a Friday afternoon. So I called Mr. Spolzino on his cell phone and I asked what was going on.
Okay. I'm putting up another exhibit, which is a demonstrative exhibit. That means I created it based upon our discussions. And it's up on the screen as a memory aid to you because I'm now going to ask you about a series of dates and events. So what does this demonstrative exhibit represent?
These are all the various times of contact that I had with the ethics board before they filed charges against me.
Okay, would you please go through them so that the mayor understands the extent to which you cooperated with the ethics board in its investigation?
So January 25th was the day that I received the email and that I called Mr. Spolzino to try to understand what was happening. I emailed the next day a letter explaining my proximity with Hampshire, why I did not abut the property. I included several maps.
Well, let's stop there for a second, Ms. Goldstein. What does that mean? Why did you say that you didn't abut the property?
When I spoke to Mr. Spolzino, he said that the Board of Ethics was wrestling with the idea that people who share lot lines with applicants should automatically recuse on those applications. So I wanted to make sure they understood the record that I do not share a lot line with the Hampshire Country Club property.
And why is it that you do not share a lot line with the Hampshire Country Club property?
There's a very large tidal water body owned by New York State called Prickly Pear Inlet that separates my property from the Hampshire property.
And do you know the extent or the point to which the state owns a tidal water body? Is it to the high water mark?
I'm not positive. I'm a tax lawyer, not a real estate lawyer,
Okay.
but I believe that New York State controls the entire water body, and I suspect New York State would have believed that too.
Okay, fine. I'll address the evidence adduced at the planning board hearing on that point later. So please continue.
So I sent them the explanatory materials, and they replied to me on January 30th and invited me to meet with them. We set up an appointment for February 6th, but they were unable to make it. At that point, they were expecting the hearing to be with all the members and properly noticed, and it would be informal, but it would be with everybody. So there were a bunch of emails back and forth February 7th. February 19th, we're still trying to figure out a time. I'm starting to get into tax season. I wanted it sooner rather than later because I was getting busy. And finally, on February 25th, we scheduled a meeting for March 12th, which I then found out was going to be unofficial, not a quorum of the Board of Ethics, and I would be meeting informally with 2 members.
Okay, let's stop there for a second. Let's put up the next exhibit, please. What do you recognize this to be?
This is a transcript of that March 12th meeting between myself and 2 Ethics Board members.
How did this transcript come to be created?
I asked the Ethics Board members and they gave permission for me to audio tape the session. And then I had a professional create a transcript.
Okay, so please read the highlighted material.
Ms. Goldstein, I guess, how does a board member move forward through trying to figure out what would be reasonable or unreasonable? I thought about it, but I'm far enough away. I'm fine. I've got no axe to grind on this. And so if merely being in some proximity to a project or an applicant, I don't know how that should be an automatic trigger for some kind of review. And if it is, it needs to go in the code, because I suspect there are a lot of people out there that don't have any idea that they should be thinking about recusing based on proximity.
All right, next slide, please. Please continue. As you can tell, I've highlighted portions. Some of them are non-consecutive in the transcript, so please continue.
So, Ms. Goldstein, proximity where it would matter to you, the traffic won't even be coming down my street. I will be completely unaffected. Mr. Megan, yeah, you will.
Who is Mr. Megan?
Mr. Megan is a member of the Board of Ethics.
Okay, please continue.
So on the next page, Mr. Megan, you probably already have an indication how I feel, but in any event, Mr. Newgard, and probably how I feel too.
Who's Mr. Newgard?
The other member of the Board of Ethics. Ms. Goldstein, okay. And if there's maybe there are other questions by other board members. Mr. Megan, yeah, listen, Ms. Goldstein, then I'd be contacted, and the next step would be somebody filing a formal complaint.
Okay. Please continue reading, even though it's not highlighted.
Mr. Megan, I would, if there's, I think either Mike or I would be the ones to contact you in the case, the appropriate. Ms. Goldstein, okay, because the lawyers write really nasty letters. Mr. Newgard, I can't see where there'd be a formal complaint out of this though. Mr. Megan, no. Mr. Newgard, absolutely not. Ms. Goldstein, okay.
All right, thank you. You can stop reading. What did you take that conversation to mean?
That they understood that my proximity was not determinative of any reason to recuse, and that they did not feel at the time that there was any reason to move forward. And in fact, I did not hear from the Board of Ethics for 2 months.
So what did you believe to be the status of the Board of Ethics investigation at that time?
That it didn't exist. There were no more inquiries.
Okay, please let's go back to the timeline. We just discussed March 12th. Please continue.
So I heard nothing for 2 months, and on May 14th, I received a notice of investigation on 2 matters, Homix Road and the Hampshire Country Club. And on May 18th, I retained Mr. Leventhal, an expert in municipal ethics law in the state of New York. June 4th, I emailed everybody, informed the Board of Ethics of my intention to recuse on Homix, and forwarded the actual letter of recusal on June 14th to everyone mentioned. And on June 26th, which was the next time Last Home LLC appeared on the planning board agenda, I read my recusal letter and left the room.
Was that publicly on the record that you read your recusal letter?
On the planning board minutes?
Yeah.
I'd have to check the planning board
Well,
minutes.
did you read the letter in public?
I read the entire letter in public.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I did. On July 2nd, we met with the Board of Ethics and produced a whole bunch of documents that they wanted, emails, memos, surveys, certificates of septic compliance. And on July 15th, Mr. Leventhal submitted a memo explaining why there was no conflict. On July 31st, the Board of
So,
Ethics.
I'm sorry, start there on July 15th.
The memo.
What was July 15th? What was submitted to the Board of Ethics on July 15th?
A legal memorandum explaining why there was no conflict.
So was that an effort by you to, why was that memorandum submitted to the Board of Ethics?
To hopefully let them know that there was no issue with my participation.
Okay, so continue, please.
So on July 31st, they evidently voted and charged me with an ethics violation with regard to Homix. I did not receive the notice of that until September 16th.
Okay, so Ms. Goldstein, you heard Mr. Stollerow at the outset read a portion of the Board of Ethics decision in which the Board of Ethics said that they notified you on July 31st that you had been charged in the Homix matter. Did the Board of Ethics notify you on July 31st that you had been charged in the Homix matter?
No, they did not until September 16th.
Okay, please continue.
On August 12th, we had another meeting with, I believe it was the chair of the ethics board, Mr. Ettinger, myself, Mr. Spolzino, and Mr. Leventhal to discuss the proceedings.
Okay, and finally?
Finally, on September 16th of 2019, I received the formal charges of the ethics violations.
Okay, so let's go back to the Board of Ethics recommendation, page 4. Would you please read the highlighted portion?
This attitude prevailed from the very first informal
Oh, I'm
meeting.
sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Goldstein, but start at the beginning of that paragraph.
Okay. In every setting in which the ethics board met with Ms. Goldstein, she refused to even consider the ethics board's view that her conduct could be in violation of the disclosure requirements and recusal provisions of the Code of Ethics. This attitude prevailed from the very first informal meeting with her on March 12th, 2019, to a subsequent informal meeting during which the ethics board sought a negotiated resolution as contemplated by the Code of Ethics and throughout the investigation and hearing process.
Okay, now the March 12th meeting that's referred to here, what meeting was that?
That was with Mr. Newgard and Mr. Megan. That was the transcript that I read from. That was the just about the Hampshire matter.
Have you reviewed that transcript yourself?
Yes,
You read the transcript?
yes.
Is there anything about the discussion that took place on March 12th that reveals any attitude on your part?
No, there isn't. I don't know Mr. Newgard. I know Mr. Megan quite well, and I conducted myself in a professional way, and they were professional and friendly, and it was just information gathering.
And what was your purpose of meeting with those two board members on that day?
they were looking for more information about the Hampshire application and my proximity and what the issues were. And I thought I could give them information.
All right. Okay. You just, there's some language that I negotiate. Can I, it's the next slide. It's on there. Okay, let me just find. We're all in new territory handling these hearings on a remote basis. No, I don't think it's on this slide.
They were talking about another subsequent informal meeting?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Steve, would this be a good opportunity to take our recess? If
Sure.
If you need to take a minute to find that.
Sure, sure.
Okay, the hearing is going to be in recess until 12:30.
Until 12:30.
Well, Mr. Mayor, why don't we take a 15-minute break and resume it at 12:10, if that's okay?
Why don't we compromise and go to 12:15?
How about we compromise and go to 12:20? The mayor's got a couple of things he has to do.
Okay.
I'll see you at 12:20.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, so now shall we, do we leave?
We should keep, everyone should keep their connections on, and you can mute and stop your video, and then at 12:20 we'll
We'll be back.
resume. Yep,
Thank you. Let's do that.
thanks.
So far, so good. Come here. Come on, see your food. They can't see us? No. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't see myself. Oh, okay.
All right, it's 12:20. Augie, you're on?
Ready to go back on the record?
We're live. Everybody's back? It's supposed to be here? Okay, good. Welcome back. We're going to continue with Mr. Leventhal's questioning of Ms. Goldstein.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Goldstein, did you and I speak during the break?
Yes,
What did I say to you and what did you say to me?
you asked me how I was and I said, I'm fine.
Was there anything else that we discussed?
No,
Okay, thank you. Now let's go back to that exhibit. The reason I wasn't able to find what I was looking for before is because it was staring me right in the face. It's right in the highlighted portion. So the highlighted portion, which you've already read, says this attitude prevailed from the very first informal meeting with her on March 12th to a subsequent informal meeting during which the ethics board sought a negotiated resolution as contemplated by the Code of Ethics and throughout the investigation and hearing process. What negotiated resolution did the ethics board seek at that subsequent meeting?
they suggested to me that to preserve my reputation and stay as a member of the planning board, if I recused on the Hampshire application, they would go easy on me on the Homix charges.
Do we have another slide of page 4 or should I continue on this one? The highlight might have changed. Okay, there we are. Now, we're still on page 4 of the Board of Ethics recommendation and decision. Actually, just in case anybody is confused by this, let me say that the decision and the recommendation and decision is really two separate documents. They are compiled together, but the pagination is separate on the two documents. And we're looking now at page 4 of the recommendation, which is the earlier portion of the lengthy document. So please read the highlighted portion, please, Ms. Goldstein.
This was amplified by her unrelenting hostile attitude towards the ethics board, village attorney, and later towards the village engineer, and ultimately directed at the Code of Ethics itself.
Okay, I'm going to ask the obvious question first generally and then specifically. Generally, how do you interact with officers and employees of the village?
Respectfully and professionally.
And now specifically, how did you interact? Well, let's take them one at a time. How did you interact with the ethics board?
I was always responsive, promptly to their requests for meetings, for information. And when I was with them in informal or formal settings, I was always respectful and professional.
Were you polite?
Always.
Were you civil?
Yes.
What interactions have you had with the village attorney and how did you interact with him?
Well, the village attorney is also our planning board counsel, but I don't believe I had any interactions with him except in context and meetings with ethics board members or at the hearing. And I was always polite, respectful, and professional.
And I think you've already testified that you had correspondence with Mr. Spalzino as well. Is that right?
Yes, there have been some there were initial emails back and forth, yes.
Did the village attorney ever give you any indication that he had any issue, whatever, with the manner in which you interacted with him?
No, never.
Okay, now same question with the village engineer. How have you interacted with him?
Always professionally. We had met on some occasions with members of Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission to try to work out some issues with applications, but I'm always respectful with village employees.
Have you ever had any harsh words with any of these people?
I've always defended myself, but I've never had harsh words that are targeted to anybody.
Do you have any idea what could have given rise to the use of the phrase unrelenting hostile attitude in this opinion by the board?
No, it doesn't make any sense to me because that would require a lot of energy because the hearings themselves were almost 12 hours.
Okay. What, if any, relationship have you had with Board of Ethics member Deborah Chapin?
Deborah Chapin and I were very close friends at one time. Our youngest children are the same age. We worked on PTA projects together. We were social friends. We belonged to the same club. And I recruited her to run for mayor.
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting you, but what time frame are you talking about?
This was about 20 years ago.
Okay. Did you request that Ms. Chapin refrain from participating in the investigation and hearing of the charges that the Board of Ethics brought against you?
Yes, I did.
Why?
There was a difficult falling out. I was the party chair when she ran for re-election, and she failed in that bid to be re-elected, and she hasn't spoken to me since. So I had good reason to question her judgment and fairness and impartiality on anything that had to do with me.
Okay, and even with Ms. Chapin, have you ever had harsh words with her?
No, never.
Okay. What was the outcome of your request that Ms. Chapin be disqualified?
She did not recuse herself, and the paperwork was forwarded to the village manager.
Okay, just for the record, to be clear, Ms. Goldstein's motion to disqualify Ms. Chapin is part of the record before the Board of Ethics. The village code provides that when a complaint is made against a member of the ethics board, that the ethics board forward that to the village manager, which they did in this case. And what, if anything, did the village manager do with that motion to disqualify?
He did nothing with it until many months later, he responded and said the law did not require him to do anything except receive it.
Okay, let's put that next exhibit up. What do you recognize this letter to be, if anything?
That's the letter from Mr. Barbario, the village manager, discussing his action or no action on the my complaint.
Would you please read it?
Dear Mr. Leventhal, I'm in receipt of your letter dated February 10th, 2020. On October 10th, 2019, I received a copy of the complaint by Ms. Goldstein against a member of the ethics board. Unfortunately, the code of the Village of Mamaroneck does not provide me with any obligations or responsibilities to act on the complaint. Therefore, the requirements of section 21-13E were met on October 10th, 2019, when the ethics board provided me with a copy of the complaint.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarize this point, you made a motion to disqualify Ms. Chapin because of bias against you. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that motion was not, and you made that motion prior to the Board of Ethics hearing, is that right?
yes,
And that motion was never ruled upon, is that correct?
correct.
And Ms. Chapin continued to serve as a member of the Ethics Board in its investigation of you, is that right?
Not just the investigation, the hearing, the votes. If you look at the minutes of the Board of Ethics, she participated in multiple votes. I didn't see any evidence that she didn't participate fully.
Okay. And you've heard that or withdrawn, okay. Let's put up the next exhibit. Ms. Goldstein, what do you recognize this to be?
This is the real estate appraisal report from Carol Vergara and Associates, a licensed real estate appraiser that I retained to evaluate my property.
What was your reason for retaining an appraiser to evaluate your property?
In order to have a professional analysis of whatever impact the Hampshire project would have on the value of my property.
And when did you obtain this before or after the Board of Ethics made inquiry about your participation in the Hampshire matter?
It was after.
Okay. Would you please read the appraiser's report?
The whole thing?
Well, let's see.
I can do it.
Why don't you read the last, second to last sentence, considering the distance
Second to last sentence of the,
report.
Considering the distance from the development sites and the density and types of buffering vegetation, the effect on the subject's value now, during the construction phase and at completion is minimal to nil. Please see the attached photos and exhibits.
Okay. Did you provide a copy of this appraisal report to the Board of Ethics?
Yes,
What is the distance from your home to the nearest development site?
approximately 800 feet.
Do you know the length of a football field?
Approximately 120 yards.
Okay, and that is 360 feet?
Putting me on the spot with the math, but yes,
All right. And so the distance from your home to the development site is approximately 2.5 football fields, is that right?
yes, but unlike a football field, the subject terrain is not flat and without trees and vegetation.
Okay. By the way, was there any other appraisal report submitted by anyone to the Board of Ethics in the hearing of this matter?
No,
Was the appraiser's opinion of the impact that the project would have on the value of your house contradicted by any other valuation expert?
no.
Okay. In preparing for the Board of Ethics hearing, did you take any steps to determine how many homes are as close or closer to the development site than the distance from the development site to your home on Oak Lane?
Yes, I hired a land use expert, Andrew Tung.
Okay, so let's put the next exhibit up. Can I ask you what you recognize this to be?
This is a radius of approximately 850 feet from the proposed Hampshire development to, into the neighborhood all around it.
And this shows that your home at 5 Oak Lane is 850 feet from the development site, is that right?
Yes, that's at the bottom of the exhibit.
And this is 800 feet to the limit of building construction, right?
Yes,
Okay, so the nearest building that was proposed to be constructed was 800 feet from your home, is that right?
850 feet, yes.
850 feet, I'm sorry, 850 feet. Actually, okay, we didn't put the photos up, are they later? Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so what does this analysis indicate are the number of houses that are within the 850-foot radius from the Hampshire construction site?
It's approximately 169 houses.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. What does this depict?
So
Let me make it easier for you. Does this depict the radius determined by the distance from your house to the limit of site work?
yes,
So what is the difference between the limit of site work on the one hand and building construction on the other?
well, just because something's built within an area doesn't mean that it's visible from that other area. So this is the site work. So this is when they move the dirt and construct the residences, this is the number of houses, 210, that are within 765 feet of that.
Okay, and is that the distance from you, also from your home to the limit of site work?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to Board of Ethics decision, page 52. The Board of Ethics identified 5 particular impacts that it claimed the Hampshire project would have upon your home. The Board of Ethics said that it was not making its determination on proximity alone, but claimed that there would be particular impacts that would affect your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just tick off without going into too much detail now, because we'll come back to each one individually. What are the 5 impacts that the Board of Ethics claimed would occur with respect to your home?
So the first one deals with visual impacts, whether or not the site is visible from my home. The second deals with flooding that they're saying would be increased as a result of the project. The third is dealing with truck traffic during construction. They also talk about rock removal and construction noise. And then the final item was chemicals in the soils at the Hampshire site.
Okay, to what extent is the proposed development site visible from your home?
It's not visible from my home, except in the dead of winter for a few months when the leaves are off the trees and the vegetation dies back. But even then, I have 30 to 40 100-foot oak trees in my backyard. And the trunks of those trees break up the view of the back of the tennis house, which is as close as they would be building any residence.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Nope. Oh, that's the distance from your home to the subject, to the existing tennis court. Is that right?
Yes,
And what is the distance?
792 feet.
Okay, and do you know where this exhibit comes from? Is this from Carol
I
Vergara's?
believe it's from, yes, it's from the appraiser's report.
Okay, so the next slide, please. And what do you recognize these to be?
These are also exhibits to the appraiser's report showing the view to and from my home.
Okay, just to help the mayor and those who are watching, why don't you take us through these 4 photographs and tell us what each one depicts? Okay,
so the first one, the view from the rear of the house looking toward the tennis court is a photograph from my house. My property slopes down very dramatically in the backyard, which is what this is looking at. And so clearly it's in the summertime, there's lots of vegetation and leaves on the trees, but you can see there's no visibility of anything at the Hampshire.
I'm sorry, when you say it slopes down dramatically, you have a backyard, and at the edge of the backyard where the screen trees are planted, on the other side of the trees, there's a dramatic slope. Is that the way it
No,
works?
the slope is from my house. My house is elevated about 20 feet above sea level.
Okay.
So the back of my house is higher up, and so this is sort of looking down into the backyard, which is already sloped dramatically.
I see.
And then it's a softer slope down to the water body that's down there.
Okay, so the first photo obviously that first photograph on the upper left-hand corner is not taken in, to use your words, the dead of winter, is it?
Correct. It was taken last summer.
Okay, and what is the second photo, the one to the right of that one?
So if you were to walk down through my backyard, heading towards the Hampshire Country Club, and you stood down there and you looked across, you'll see one fairway and the tennis facility. And the tennis facility is where they were proposing a few townhouses.
So this is taken from the perspective of the edge of your property farthest from where your home is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, I have a lot of property, and I don't go down there very much, but That's what you could see if you did go through the woods.
Forgive me for asking, how much property do you have?
1.8 acres.
Okay, so now the lower left, so the upper right-hand corner is a view of the roof of the tennis court from your property in the summertime, right?
Yes, but not from my house. It's just from the edge of my property if you were to walk down there.
Okay, and when you and your husband use your backyard for recreation, or your property for recreation, where does that occur?
It really at the front door of the house, which is the opposite side of this. We have property there that we use for our pets and gardening and things like that.
Right, and even at the back of your house, that's at a different elevation than what's depicted in this photograph, is that right?
Oh, absolutely. It's 20 feet higher.
And some lateral distance away?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the distance to the tennis facility was that 795 feet?
Yes.
Okay. So now the view across the lower left, what does that depict?
So that's the opposite view. That's from the road in the Hampshire property, looking back towards my house, the opposite direction. And in the summertime, you can't tell that my house is there.
Okay. And the corner on the right side?
That's a telephoto view. It looks like it's the same basic direction. You can see the Phragmites and the water body there, Prickly Pear Inlet, and one fairway on the golf course.
And if it were the winter time, what would I see?
Phragmites is usually still there. You would see less trees at the upper level, but it's still very difficult to spot my house from Hampshire, even in the winter.
Do these photographs accurately depict the view from and to your home?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Does your property flood during heavy storms?
No, we're 20 feet above sea level. We do not flood.
Okay, let's put up the next map. What does this depict?
So this is a map that my husband and I, as part of our due diligence before we bought the house a few years ago, we wanted to make sure it didn't flood. So this, the blue area is where Hurricane Sandy actually flooded to. And you'll see right in the center of what still looks like ground is my home.
Let's put the cursor right there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell that. Oh, yeah, yes, so that's my house.
Okay.
You can see the house to my left and the house to my right have serious flooding issues.
What is the address of the house that the cursor is on now?
That's 3 Oak Lane.
Okay, and unfortunately, the other house is partly hidden by, oh no, it's not, it's up here.
No, it's, yeah, it's,
Yeah, what house is that?
so that's 11 Oak Lane.
Okay, and it looks like, please correct me if I'm wrong, that part of the property of 11 Oak Lane and part of the property of 3 Oak Lane are underwater. Is that right?
Yes, they're submerged.
In your memory, can you recall flooding as severe as occurred in Superstorm Sandy?
Coastal flooding, not to my recollection, but this was the most available map. So this is pretty dramatic. So,
and once again, your house is the one that the cursor is on now. Is that right?
exactly.
And there was no flooding at your house.
No, and the map shows that.
And the reason for that again?
20 feet above sea level.
Okay, and does that mean that you are, what is the relative height above sea level of your home versus 3 Oak and 11 Oak?
You know, there's some number of feet above sea level. I'm thinking in the 5 to 7 range for 3 Oak, and probably the same for 11. They're significantly lower. Our sight lines look over their roofs.
Okay, and what is the source of this exhibit? Where does it come from?
We found this map online. It's a FEMA map. We found it through Westchester County GIS. I don't believe it's available any longer because I think the feds took down a lot of these maps. But again, we did this as part of our due diligence before we purchased the house in 2017.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with the truck route that was proposed to bring fill to the development site?
Yes,
Okay. Does the truck route pass your home?
no, I live on a dead-end street.
Okay, so do you believe that the trucking activities would interfere with your access to your property?
No, definitely not.
The Board of Ethics said that because the trucking traffic would be on Hommocks Road, and you need to take Hommocks Road to get to and from Oak Lane, that it would interfere with your access to your home. Do you agree or disagree with that conclusion?
No, I don't agree with that conclusion. There's already a school there, so there is always some amount of traffic. But during the construction of the project, they would have had construction measures, traffic control measures. They would have had people directing the traffic. They were restricting their hours of truck traffic. So I did not feel in any way that my access would be impeded.
And the Board of Ethics decision also talks about noise impacts. Do you believe that the chipping, blasting, and other construction noise would interfere with the quiet enjoyment of your home?
I don't. The major 95% of the construction is much farther away from me, and I do not think there would be any impact or any significant impact at my home.
Okay, so the fact that when the Board of Ethics talks about proximity, they're talking about the proximity from your house to the boundary line of the Hampshire property that's closest to your home. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And is that the location on the Hampshire property where this construction is proposed to take place?
There are a few townhouses to replace the current tennis facility, but the bulk of the 100 units that were proposed is further away on the other side of Eagle Knolls Road from me.
So the nearest construction would be where the tennis facility is, approximately 795 feet, is that right?
Yes, and that's only a handful of townhouses.
Actually, I think it was 850 feet to the nearest construction site.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'd like you to take a look at the next exhibit. Now, do you know what this is?
Yes, this is the VHB Consulting Group's noise study as part of the Hampshire Country Club materials that they submitted for review.
Okay, so just to be clear, once again, the Board of Ethics said that there would be an impact to you enough to warrant your recusal because there would be noise from chipping, blasting, and what was the phrase? Chipping, blasting, and other construction noise. Is that right?
That's what they said.
Did the engineers for the project, VHB, conduct any testing at your property, 5 Oak Lane?
No.
Did it conduct testing at the homes nearest your property?
Yes, at 3 Oak Lane and 11 Oak Lane.
Okay, so let's take a look at this chart. Do you see where 11 Oak Lane and 3 Oak Lane appear?
Yes,
They're highlighted, is that right?
they are.
Okay, so now let's look at, first of all, let's look at the second column from the right. What is the title of that column?
Increase over ambient?
What does that mean?
Well, that's the increased decibels that construction would give rise to over what currently exists.
So ambient noise means what?
Just general noise, traffic. I can hear Interstate 95. I can hear Metro North.
So ambient noise is the already existing noise, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so this column is indicating the amount of noise that the construction at the site would create above the ambient noise, right?
yes.
And what is that noise measured in?
It's in decibels.
Okay, and is that what dBA signifies here in this title of this second to last column?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's go down to 11 Oak Lane and 3 Oak Lane. How many decibels above existing noise, ambient noise, were projected for 11 Oak Lane from the chipping, the blasting, and the construction?
5 decibels.
And how many decibels over ambient noise would occur at 3 Oak Lane from chipping, blasting, and construction?
That would be 4.
And take a look at the column to the left of that one.
Future existing and construction noise level?
Right. So now let's go down to 11 Oak Lane and 3 Oak Lane.
They're
Good.
both at 52.
Okay, so what does this column represent? 'Cause
That would be the noise from, you know, after construction is done, the noise level coming out of the buildings.
So it would be factoring in the increased noise and the ambient noise, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so during construction, during blasting, during chipping, during construction, the noise projected for the 2 properties nearest to you on Oak Lane would be 52 decibels, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to keep that number in mind as we go to the next chart, the next exhibit. Do you recognize this?
This is the Center for Disease Control, common sources of noise and decibels.
Okay, so please read the highlighted material on the lower left-hand side of this document.
Sound is measured in decibels, dB. A whisper is about 30 decibels. Normal conversation is about 60 decibels. And a motorcycle engine running is about 95 decibels. Noise over 70 decibels over a prolonged period of time may start to damage your hearing. Loud noise above 120 decibels can cause immediate harm to your ears.
Wait a minute. Did I just hear you say that normal conversation is about 60 decibels?
Yes.
Did you keep in mind, as I asked you to, what VHB projected the ambient plus additional noise to be at the properties closest to you on Oak Lane during construction?
That was 52 decibels.
And normal conversation is how many decibels?
60.
Okay, so now let's look at the column on the right of this document. How much is normal breathing?
10 decibels.
Do you remember what the increase over ambient noise was at the 2 properties closest to your home?
One was 4 and one was 5.
And normal breathing is 10?
Yes.
So what is the decibel level of a soft whisper according to the Center for Disease Control?
That would be 30 decibels.
And finally, once again, not to belabor the point, normal conversation.
60 decibels.
Okay. Now let's talk about the disturbance. I think we've hit the first 4 of those bullet points in the Board of Ethics decision. The only impacts that they identify that are particular to your property, they claim, are the bullet points that we're discussing now.
Yes.
Other than that, it's just purely your proximity to the property that they focused on. These are the 5 bullet points mentioned in the Board of Ethics decision. Let's talk about the last one, soil disturbance. Do you believe that disturbance of the soil at the Hampshire construction site would cause chemicals to pose a health risk to your home?
No.
Why not?
The applicant already had approval from New York State DEC for moving the soils around. They qualified for an exemption of the soils. And there'd been some significant testing, and there was a soil mitigation plan in the FEIS that would make sure that toxic chemicals were not released.
Okay, let's put up the VHB soil management report. Now, again, this is not the entire document, but the relevant portion. Would you please read the highlighted material?
The FEIS demonstrates
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you right there.
Yep.
What is an FEIS?
that's a final environmental impact statement that the planning board, when it's a type 1 action, let's not go back to SECRA, but has to develop with the applicant to lay out all the environmental concerns and mitigations for the
So
project.
if rather than finding that an action is type 2, as occurred in the HOMIX application, the board were to determine that it was a type 1 action based upon the list produced by the DEC. If it's a type 1 action, then the applicant is required to prepare an impact statement, environmental impact statement, right?
Correct.
And it goes through various drafts. The drafts are called the DEIS, or draft environmental impact statement. And finally, we arrive at a final impact statement, which is an FEIS. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now please continue. And just remember that there are many people listening who aren't members of land use boards and may not recognize some of this terminology.
Okay, and I know a lot of alphabet soup here. So the final environmental impact statement demonstrates that with the mitigation measures outlined in the SWIP, which is a stormwater management plan, and CWP, which is a construction work plan, and considering the approval from New York State Department of Environmental Conservation for material reuse, there would be no significant adverse impacts related to soil management.
Okay, thank you. Page 52 of the Board of Ethics decision states, you can take this exhibit down. Page 52 of the Board of Ethics decision states that you raised questions about several of these issues as a member of the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Committee and as a member of the Planning Board. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Why did you raise questions about these concerns?
That's my job as a member of a land use board.
And why did the Planning Board deny the Hampshire application?
It wasn't consistent with the SECRA regulations insofar that it had significant environmental impacts that could not and were not going to be mitigated.
By the way, you heard the discussion earlier about the fact that the mayor is an impartial arbiter at this hearing, and nevertheless, he's asking questions. Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
So when you sit as a member of the Planning Board, and you ask questions, does that alter the fact that you're an impartial arbiter? In other words, would it be reasonable to conclude, because you asked a question, that that reflects any opinion or belief on your part?
No, of course not. We're trying to get the facts out. So sometimes you have to ask a question.
Okay.
Mr.
So what
is that conceding my impartiality?
We will deal with all issues in their time. What is the status of the Hampshire application?
It was denied by the planning board
Why is that?
because it did not meet the standards of SECRA with, they still had significant unmitigated environmental impacts. And environmental doesn't just mean trees and rabbits. There are a lot of other factors, social, economic, community demographics. There are other factors that fall under the catch-all of environmental.
Did you participate in the vote to deny the Hampshire application?
Yes, I did.
What was the vote?
It was 4-0 to deny the application.
Did any member of the Planning Board recuse himself or herself in the Hampshire application?
Yes, Mr. John Burney was recused on that application.
Did Mr. Verney participate in any of the votes before recusing himself?
I think Ms. Sable mentioned this application started 5 years ago. But I believe that before Mr. Verney recused, he did participate in a few votes in the early stages of the application.
Well, you say you believe. Have you had the opportunity to review minutes of the Planning Board meetings?
Yes, if they're accurate, he did vote for the first 6 months or so when it appeared on the Planning Board agenda.
So you say if they're accurate. Let me frame the question differently so that there's no lack of clarity or ambiguity here. Are you saying that you've reviewed the minutes of the planning board meetings and they reflect the fact that Mr. Verney voted on the matter?
Yes,
Okay. Did Mr. Verney disclose the reason for his recusal at a meeting of the planning board?
no,
Did Mr. Verney disclose the reason for his recusal at a meeting of the Board of Trustees?
not to my knowledge.
When Mr. Verney recused himself, was he replaced by an alternate member?
No,
Why not?
our law doesn't provide for that.
You're saying that the planning board has no alternate members?
Correct.
If you recused yourself from participating in the planning board's consideration of the Hampshire application, would your place have been taken by an alternate member?
No,
Okay, let's take another look at Code of Ethics, section 21-4C1. Would you please read the highlighted material?
recusal. 1, a village officer or employee or board or committee member shall promptly recuse himself, herself, from acting on a matter before the village when acting on the matter or failing to act on the matter may benefit the persons listed in section 21-4A, financially or otherwise, or give the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety.
What do you understand the phrase reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety to mean?
Honestly, I have no idea. Does it mean my reading of reasonable appearance or the Board of Ethics appearance or the mayor's reading of it? It's very subjective and I don't see any clarity in that.
Are you aware of any proposal by the Board of Ethics for amendment of the Code of Ethics?
Yes,
Let's put up the next slide, please. What do you recognize this document to be?
this is a memo from the Board of Ethics to the Board of Trustees last summer, asking them to consider changes to the ethics law.
This is while it was conducting its investigation of you?
Yes, correct.
This is after it had charged you with violating the Code of Ethics, and in particular, the provision that uses the phrase reasonable appearance of impropriety?
Yes.
Okay, so please read the highlighted material.
The applicable recusal section, Village Code 21-4C1, currently requires that a board member recuse when participation in the consideration of an application would, quote, give the reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest or impropriety, unquote, but does not provide any bright line rule.
You might as well read the sentence that's not highlighted and continue reading.
One land use board member has even argued before the Board of Ethics that the reasonable appearance standard is unconstitutionally vague and therefore unenforceable.
Do you know who that one land use board member might be?
I don't know for sure, but I have my suspicions. It's me.
Okay, continue, please.
Without addressing the validity of the, quote, void for vagueness, unquote, argument, the Board of Ethics believes the best way to provide greater clarity for land use board members living near properties that are the subject of applications before their boards, and at the same time, promote public confidence in the land use approval process, would be for the Board of Trustees to adopt an objective recusal standard for board and commission members who reside near a property that is the subject of an application.
Okay. Did the Board of Trustees adopt the amendment proposed by the Board of Ethics?
No, they didn't.
Well, actually, was this memo accompanied by a proposed law?
I believe there was a proposed law attached to it, yes.
Okay, and did the Board of Trustees adopt that proposed law?
No,
Did the Board of Trustees adopt any variation of what the Board of Ethics proposed?
as far as I know, there have been no amendments to the Code of Ethics.
All right. Did you explain to the Board of Ethics why you believed that you had no conflict of interest in the Hampshire subdivision application?
Yes, on many occasions.
Okay, let's put up the next slide. Please take a look at section 21-10C of the Code of Ethics and read it aloud.
21-10, Ethics Board jurisdiction, powers and duties. The Ethics Board shall have the following powers and duties. 8, to provide training and education to municipal officers, board members, and employees.
Now, you heard Kathy Savolt testify that there was an ethics training that occurred when was it?
December.
Okay, and prior to that, one at the time that the new ethics code was adopted in 2017, was it? 2010.
2010.
10 years ago. Other than the one ethics training 10 years ago, and the other that occurred in December, that's long after the date on which you are accused of violating the code of ethics. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those 2 ethics trainings, are you aware of any other ethics training that has ever occurred in the village of Mamaroneck for any officer, employee, board member, departmental head, elected official, anybody in the village of Mamaroneck conducted by the village of Mamaroneck?
No, and I've spent 7 years on land use boards and there's been nothing.
Okay, so now, has the Board of Ethics ever provided educational materials to village officers and employees?
No.
Okay, so let's take a look at the next slide. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the minutes of the Board of Ethics meeting, April 25th, 2018.
And would you please read the highlighted portion?
Mr. Ettinger noted that the code requires the board to provide training and education to officers, board members, and employees, but it has not done so.
Okay. Have you recused yourself in any other application?
In the past, I've recused myself on applications from Beach Point Club because I'm a member.
Are you aware of any matter heard by the planning board that involved a property near the home of John Verney while he was chair of the planning board?
Well, while he was a member of the planning board, I don't think he was a chair for the chair for the first one, but be
Okay.
that as it may. There were 2 club applications that happened, I believe one in 2017 and one in 2018. They were looking for site plan approval to do some improvements to the club property.
Okay, and do you know the locations? What was the nature of the businesses operated on those properties, if any?
Well, they're both recreational social clubs. They have tennis courts and marinas and pools and dining facilities for members.
They're beach clubs?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the locations of those beach clubs relative to Mr. Verney's home?
Well, Orienta Beach Club shares a property line with Mr. Verney. They're on the same side of the street. Beach Point Club is across the street from Mr. Verney's property.
Did Mr. Verney recuse himself in either of those matters?
No,
Do you know whether he voted on those matters?
I've reviewed the minutes and he did.
How many times did Mr. Verney vote on the beach club applications?
On Beach Point Club, it was 5 times. On Orienta Beach Club, it was 6 times.
Did Mr. Verney ever state why he didn't recuse himself in those matters?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, do you recall his testimony before the Board of Ethics?
Oh, well, yes, okay. Under oath, he did say he thought they were good applications, and even though one might be a bit of an inconvenience to him, he decided to vote in favor of it.
Well, which beach club is across the street from his home?
That's Beach Point Club.
Do you remember more specifically why he felt that he did not have a conflict with respect to that application?
He did say that the proposed enlargement of the club was on the opposite side of the building from his house. So he thought it was far enough away that it wouldn't be a problem.
And the Hampshire development site is on the opposite side of the property owned by the Hampshire Country Club from your house, isn't that right?
The bulk of the development, that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any decisions of the Board of Ethics that are posted on its website?
There are 2 ethics decisions on the village website.
Okay, let me put one up on the screen. Actually, there are now 3, Ms. Goldstein.
Oh, yes, I've joined that club.
Yes. Okay. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the second Santoro opinion on the Board of Ethics website.
Please read the highlighted portion.
Suzanne McCrory filed a complaint with the Board of Ethics that village trustee Louis Santoro violated the Code of Ethics at the February 13th, 2017 Board of Trustees meeting because he had, quote, read and introduced the resolution authorizing the payment of his legal bills, unquote. Further, Ms. McCrory complains that Mr. Santoro failed to step off the dais after his recusal and during the portion of the Board of Trustees meeting concerning the legal fees. They go on to say, however, Mr. Santoro did not completely refrain from any further participation in this matter as required by the Code of Ethics, Section 21.4C2. While Mr. Santoro did not vote on the resolution approving the legal fees or participate substantively in the public comments on the resolution or in the Board of Trustees discussion on the resolution, he did continue to participate after his recusal in the procedural aspects of the proceedings concerning payment of his legal bills. We find this was a technical violation of the Code of Ethics. We further determine, however, that Mr. Santoro's limited, non-substantive participation was in good faith and was not an attempt to exert any influence on the Board of Trustees' decision-making or vote. Accordingly, no sanction, disciplinary action, or penalty is warranted under the circumstances, and it's signed by the chair, Mark Ettinger.
Okay, so let me ask you a few questions about this. Does this describe an action by the Board of Trustees in which Mr. Santoro had a direct personal interest?
Yes, it would put money in his pocket.
Okay, and what did he personally do with respect to that application when it was taken up by the Board of Trustees?
He introduced the legislation, said he was recusing, but continued to sit on the dais with his fellow trustees.
So it says that he read and introduced the resolution.
Yes,
Is that a participation by Mr. Santoro in the consideration by the Board of Trustees on the merits of a matter that he had a direct personal financial interest in?
yes, he's reading the actual resolution that the trustees were going to consider and vote on.
Okay. Now, in the Homix matter, did you have a direct personal interest?
No, none whatsoever.
Did the two matters that you voted on, opening the meeting and typing the matter for secret purposes, deal with the merits of the application? In fact, in other words, the planning board's consideration of what the applicant was seeking approval of?
No, and if we hadn't taken those actions, the applicant would have good reason to sue us and win.
So the actions that you participated in, those ministerial actions, they were procedural in nature, right?
Yes,
Okay. So let's go back to the Board of Ethics. The Board of Ethics found that he didn't vote on the resolution approving the fees. Well, you didn't vote on the approval of the application by in the Homix Road matter, right?
correct.
They go on to say that he did not participate substantively in the public comments on the resolution or the Board of Trustees discussion of the resolution. Well, by the time the Planning Board took up the merits of the Homix application, you had long ago recused yourself, isn't that right?
That's correct. I was out of the room.
Okay, and but the board says he did continue to participate after his recusal in the procedural aspects of the proceedings. Now, without agreeing that reading and introducing his own resolution to be paid is not participating in the substantive aspects of his own matter, by participating in the vote to open the hearing and to classify the Homix application for secret purposes, were you participating in the procedural aspects of the proceeding?
Yes,
Well, in the Santoro matter, the Board of Ethics found that it was a technical violation of the code. Isn't that right?
yes, they said technical violation.
And in your case, they find that what you did merits removal from the planning board. Is that right?
Yes,
Let's look at the last sentence. We further determine, however, that Mr. Santoro's limited non-substantive participation, was your participation in the Homix matter limited and non-substantive?
yes,
That his limited non-substantive participation was in good faith. Was your participation in the Homix matter in good faith?
yes, it was.
And was not an attempt to exert any influence on the Board of Trustees' decision-making or vote? Well, he read and introduced the resolution to pay himself money. Did you participate in the planning board's or attempt to influence the planning board's decision-making or vote on the merits, the substance of the application? I'm sorry, the nature of the application, the Homix matter. That was I'm forgetting the term for it.
Wetlands permit?
Thank you, the wetlands permit. Did you participate or attempt to influence the planning board in its decision on the wetlands application?
No,
Okay. So the Board of Ethics concluded that Mr. Santoro's circumstances merited no sanction, no disciplinary action, and no penalty. Is that right?
that's right.
And in your case, they have recommended the ultimate penalty, haven't they? Removal from the board.
Yes.
Is there any greater penalty that the village can impose?
This one seems pretty severe to me, so I don't think so.
Okay, so we can take down this exhibit. In your knowledge, has the Board of Ethics ever recommended that anyone else be removed from office?
No,
Did you send an email message to the mayor and the Board of Trustees after the Board of Ethics hearing?
yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to read it in a moment. But before we do, I want you to take a look at what the Board of Ethics said about it on page 6 of their recommendation. Nope. Nope, that's the memo. All right, I will read it. I will read it. You can take this down. The Board of Ethics said, Ms. Goldstein sent an email to the mayor, village manager, and ethics board within 2 hours of the conclusion of hearing on November 22nd, only confirming our finding that Ms. Goldstein demonstrates a disregard for the law and refuses to conform her conduct to either the letter or the spirit of the Code of Ethics. In the email, Ms. Goldstein transmitted confidential information regarding the proceedings, contrary to the provisions of the Code of Ethics, made blatant misrepresentations about the evidentiary record, and made baseless personal attacks against the Ethics Board, even going so far as to hypothesize that the Ethics Board was motivated by a financial nexus to the Hampshire developer and accusing the Ethics Board of manipulating land use board members. So now let's take a look at the actual email that you sent. And I'm gonna, it's long, but the Board of Ethics was so exercised about this, so outraged that you would send this letter, that I would like you to read it.
I sent it to the mayor and the board, the village manager, and I copied the Board of Ethics.
But before you even read it, why did you send it?
I knew whatever recommendation the Board of Ethics would come up with would ultimately go to the Board of Trustees. And I thought it was only fair that they hear directly from me.
Okay, so now let's read it.
As you may know, I have been the target of 2 investigations brought by the village's Board of Ethics, and I believe it's important for you to know what is going on. In January 2019, I received a terse email from the BOE questioning my participation as a planning board member on the Hampshire application. I called Mr. Spolzino and asked what was going on. He told me the BOE had been considering the concept that land use board members must recuse when their property line abuts an application before them. I responded immediately with information that my property did not abut Hampshire and cooperated with their requests. I subsequently met 3 times with Board of Ethics members, shared information, and answered questions as requested. One of those meetings was with Board of Ethics members Mr. Newgard and Mr. Megan on March 12th, see transcript attached, at which they both told me they saw no violation in my continued participation on the Hampshire application. I didn't hear from the Board of Ethics for 2 months and thought the matter was closed. On May 14th, 2019, I received a memo from the Board of Ethics stating that 2 investigations had been opened against me. In addition to the Hampshire application, there was also an issue with 203 Homix Road. I immediately retained counsel who's an expert in ethics law. Although I firmly believe that there was no reasonable view that a conflict of interest existed, I did publicly recuse myself on 203 Homix Road and copied the Board of Trustees and the Board of Ethics. I thought that after considering the information I promptly provided, the Board of Ethics would understand that both the facts and the law, see memo attached, supported my actions. I also obtained an independent opinion from a qualified real estate appraisal, see copies attached, for each application. We've just completed 4 sessions of a closed hearing and established that the Board of Ethics has had no training or taken any steps to inform themselves of government ethics laws and decisions. Not a single member of a land use board has received any correspondence or guidance from the Board of Ethics. You'll see from the transcripts provided that the planning board chair fully participated on 2 applications next door to his home, and no inquiry or complaint was ever made. And although counsel was always present at planning board meetings, I was never advised regarding any conflict of interest issues. In the absence of direct guidance from the Board of Ethics, Mr. Spolzino, in his capacity as village attorney, Board of Ethics attorney, and land use counsel, had a duty to directly advise land use board members. Instead, Mr. Spolzino and the mayor conferred and tasked the planning board chair to speak with me about recusing on 203 Homix. Because no complaints were filed by any third parties, the Board of Ethics filed their own charges against me, see attached, for Hampshire and 203 Homix Road, even though I had recused. The Board of Ethics is complainant, prosecutor, judge, and jury. For the last 11 months, I've been alternately cajoled and bullied by the Board of Ethics. It's been suggested that I, quote, preserve my reputation, unquote, and avoid, quote, removal from the planning board, unquote. During their investigation, Board of Ethics members spoke with 11 witnesses, see list attached, most of them irrelevant, in order to make certain that my name was dragged through the mud. They served a subpoena on my husband when a simple email would have sufficed. The subpoena was not even placed in an envelope where some element of confidentiality could have been preserved. The Board of Ethics has twisted my legitimate questions during the review of an application as a planning board member and taken them as evidence that I am looking out for my own private interests rather than the best interests of the entire village. This demonstrates that they have no understanding of the land use process or the job of a planning board member, as former mayor and current planning board member Kathy Savold said, of their misguided and unworkable proposal to amend the Code of Ethics to mandate recusal based on mere proximity. No Board of Ethics member has served on a land use board, yet they want to substitute their judgment for that of trained land use board members. They've had no ethics training and are not following their own precedent, see Santoro decision attached. Not one of them is qualified to substitute their judgment for mine. Should I this goes on to the next page, so I'm going to need the next page.
Okay, you don't have them both on the screen? Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. So I missed the last couple of sentences before. Can we go back? So what is going on here? I have a hypothesis. The Hampshire project, if approved as proposed, will provide the applicant a distressed asset private equity investment firm with almost $200 million of revenue. The complaint on 203 Homix Road, where I recused, and now I need the next page, where I recused myself, but am still pursued for an ethics violation, served as leverage to try to get me to recuse on the Hampshire application. The Board of Ethics currently has the power to manipulate the land use process by pursuing unfounded allegations and intimidating land use board members. I will continue to defend myself against these baseless attacks, just as any of you would. I will provide the transcripts from the last 2 hearings when they are available, respectfully submitted.
All right, Ms. Goldstein, can you show me anywhere in this memo where you think there is a reason, where you gave reason for the Board of Ethics to conclude that it demonstrates a disregard for the law?
No, I can't.
How about that it demonstrates that you refuse to conform your conduct to either the letter or spirit of the Code of Ethics?
No,
Did you transmit confidential information regarding the proceedings?
no,
No? Okay. Did you make any blatant misrepresentations about the evidentiary record or baseless personal attacks on the ethics board members?
I did not.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 6 again of the Board of Ethics decision and read, well, that's the language that I read a moment ago that I was unable to put my hand on a moment ago. So there should be another slide with the paragraph above highlighted. Okay, please read that paragraph.
The Ethics Board believes the evidence and Ms. Goldstein's conduct before, during, and after the hearing show no contrition and no willingness to consider the views of the Ethics Board or others with respect to the application of the Code of Ethics. It strongly suggests that Ms.
Actually, go ahead. You can read the part in the middle. It's okay.
In fact, Ms. Goldstein testified that even with complete knowledge of the facts in the record and everything she had learned to date, that she would still not have changed her conduct with respect to recusal or disclosure in either of the 2 applications. It strongly suggests that Ms. Goldstein has the potential to ignore the application of the Code of Ethics in other circumstances.
Okay, Ms. Goldstein, the word contrition, do you know anywhere in the Code of Ethics where the code regulates the operation of somebody's mind?
No, and I hope they never amend it for that.
No, it regulates conduct, right?
Yes.
How about the contents of your heart? Does it reach into your soul and demand atonement and contrition?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So now let me ask you this very important question. If in the future a matter comes before the planning board that involves circumstances similar to those of the Hommocks or Hampshire applications, what would you do?
My goal is to always follow the law, and a court will soon decide this matter. I always acted doing what I thought was right. But if an independent judiciary finds that I should have acted otherwise, I will comply with their ruling and change my actions in the future.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Goldstein at this time. And however, at this point, I would like to introduce into evidence, I'm not going to read it now, the letter submitted by Ellen Styler to the mayor and board of trustees regarding this matter. We will return to that later. You can take it down.
Already in village possession.
Yes, it's already in the village possession. All right, that concludes my examination of Ms. Goldstein at this time. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
Thank you.
Adam, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions at this time.
Okay, I just have a couple. Ms. Goldstein, we've known each other a long time, and your service to this community goes back many, many years. We've worked on things together. You know, that is an unchangeable fact. I thank you for that service. There's a couple of questions I have though. The first one goes to the letter that Mr. Leventhal just read, and you read from Mr. Leventhal about on November 22nd, 2019, at the conclusion of the Ethics Board hearing. And I want to focus on one paragraph because part of what I'm doing here today is trying to find, the Ethics Board has their determination, and that's determination is their determination. I am not here to appeal that. I'm not an appeal officer. As you eloquently stated at the end, there'll be a court that decides this eventually. My job here is to just decide if punishment of removal is warranted. So I want to ask you, and this goes to mitigation of that. When you say I have a hypothesis that the Hampshire project, if approved as proposed, will provide the applicant a distressed asset private equity investment firm with almost 200 million of revenue. When you say that, are you alluding that Ethics Board members had an interest in that?
Absolutely not.
Then why is that in there? What is that hypothesis about?
Well, I think it provides context for why an applicant might want to stop vocal planning board members from asking questions. It doesn't mean that the planning board has, that the Board of Ethics has any investment in them. They could be the unwitting tools of someone trying to make a mountain out of a molehill in order to further a project.
Okay, so your testimony here is you don't think that they're in league with Hampshire?
No, I never suggested that, and I never suggested that they had a financial interest. I think the plain reading of the language is pretty clear.
Well, I'll read the language again. So what is going on here? I have a hypothesis, and this is after, we talk about the BOE, the Board of Ethics. So what is going on here? I have a hypothesis. The Hampshire project, if approved as proposed, will provide the applicant a distressed asset private equity firm with almost 200 million in revenue. Okay, now in the context of this letter, it's hard to see how that is not referring to the Ethics Board, but I appreciate your testimony that it's not. But in that context, in the middle of this email, it's hard not to see it. And I was, if there had been any interest, I would like to know about it because that would be a severe mitigation.
Well, it would be very hard to know that because there's no process for dealing with a complaint against an ethics board member. So even if I had evidence or the suggestion that that was inappropriate, it would go nowhere. They are unaccountable to anybody. And here's the other thing. I don't know who filed charges against, no one filed charges against me. It's very unclear to me how this whole thing started. So without that context, I am free to hypothesize about whatever might be motivating what I certainly seem to view as a total witch hunt.
Okay. But I wanted to clear up because if you had evidence, I would pursue that evidence, but thank you. The last question, after having read the Ethics Board decision, that in their decision that you violated the code, in any way, would you do anything differently? If you had to do over?
As I just recently stated, I always acted in the best interest of the village and did what I thought was best. If a court tells me otherwise, I will accept whatever they tell me as being appropriate behavior going forward. So if I was wrong, I will admit I was wrong and I will conduct myself accordingly in similar matters.
That's good to know. That's good to hear, actually. Thank you. And that concludes my question. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to the village in the past and going forward.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Scalaro, I'm going to now give a closing argument. I would like to have just 5 minutes.
Okay. Please proceed.
We'll go. You want 5 minutes for closing or you want a 5-minute break?
5 minutes for a break.
5 minutes for a break. Okay. But to just let me make clear to the listening public, again, let me reiterate this is not an appeals court. And I'm not trying to in any way inhibit anything you're going to say, but this is not an appeals court. This is just, my responsibility here is just to decide if the punishment is appropriate. So, this is one side of the case. As Ms. Goldstein eloquently stated, the whole case will be in litigation. And if folks want to read the whole ethics board opinion, they could go to the Village of Mamaroneck website. But I just want to put that out there because people might be wondering why there isn't another side that don't know the whole history. But let's take a 5-minute break and we'll see you all back here. What time is it? It's 1:34. I'll see you here at 1:40.
Thank you.
Hey, well, is it possible?
I'm not going to start the
Getting old wearing these things.
Let's get old.
Yeah, I think like there'll probably be a syndrome coming out in a year that happens when you wear a mask every day for the rest of your life.
Yeah, summer's going to be
Call
hard.
acne.
You get acne. All right. We're just waiting for Augie. I'm sorry. Give us 1 minute. You know, Mr. Leventhal, you're on mute.
Okay. I'm just waiting for you to give me
Yeah.
the time.
I just wanted to make sure you're ready. I can start this without him.
Whatever you say.
So we are resuming the hearing, and Mr. Leventhal is going to give his closing statement.
Okay, please put the chart up.
Mr. Leventhal, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I want to thank everyone for their patience today and for listening to what was said and for taking it very seriously and considering it very deeply. In this, the evidence has not established cause for removal. And when I use the phrase cause for removal, I'm talking about legal cause. Legal cause, which is a matter of substance that involves the character of an individual, a neglect of duty, or calls into question that individual's fitness for office. So let's talk about those issues. Next slide, please. Finally, after addressing those three prongs, I'm going to again address the faulty reasoning of the Board of Ethics. So Ms. Goldstein's character is well demonstrated by her extensive and impressive and self-sacrificing history of volunteerism. You've heard it. The resume is in the record. I don't need to repeat it, but I think the mayor, in thanking Ms. Goldstein for her service to the village over these many years, has acted appropriately based upon the contributions that she has made to the community. So character, I think, is established beyond any argument to the contrary. So let's talk about the lack of neglect of duty. The first matter is the Hommocks Road application. You heard discussion about the fact that at the March 27th meeting of the Planning Board, Ms. Goldstein voted with respect to two ministerial matters. She voted to open the meeting, and she voted to classify the action as a type 2 action for secret purposes. We, at the Board of Ethics, the Board of Ethics record contains testimony by a distinguished expert in the field of land use regulation and municipal ethics, Ms. Patricia Salkin. Ms. Salkin's resume is in the record. Her credentials include, among many other things, her current position as provost of Touro College, her previous position as dean of Touro Law School, professor of Albany Law School. She is the author of 5 textbooks, 24 treatises, 70 law review articles, and countless other articles, chapters, studies, and reports. There is no more renowned or respected expert in the field of land use regulation and municipal ethics than Patricia Salkin. She testified that both of the votes at the March 27th meeting of the Planning Board were ministerial acts because they involved no exercise of discretion. The reason that conflicts of interest are prohibited is because conflicts of interest undermine the exercise of discretion. If there's no discretion to be exercised, then a person's actions cannot be influenced by their own interests. That is why the Village of Mamaroneck Code of Ethics identifies a particular type of action that is prohibited if it's going to benefit the officer or employee or someone related to them, either through familial ties, business ties, or otherwise. That is discretionary actions. Now, the recusal section of the code doesn't use the phrase discretionary actions. It talks about actions, but there is a well-established principle of statutory construction that says that all parts of a law must be read together and harmonized. And you can find that rule of statutory construction and a discussion of it at McKinney's statutes, sections 97 and 98. Ms. Goldstein recused herself without ever voting on the merits of the Hommocks Road application. She recused herself in writing, and then at the next meeting, read her recusal in public and left, exited the meeting. These actions by Ms. Goldstein do not justify her removal from the Planning Board. With respect to the Hampshire application, the Board of Ethics said that, let's just fix this technical glitch. Thank you. Okay. We want to get to the Hampshire slide. There we go. Okay. The Board of Ethics identified 5 particular impacts that they claimed had particular impact on Ms. Goldstein. They said, we're not going to argue about proximity. We've heard Leventhal go on and on and on about proximity not being a sufficient basis for disqualification unless it's coupled with some facts that give rise to a conflict. We're not going to rely upon proximity. We're going to rely upon proximity plus those 5 factors identified in their decision. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. But just to be sure, the case law is clear that proximity alone is not enough to give rise to a disqualifying conflict of interest. Because a disqualifying conflict of interest, proximity must be coupled with some significant impact that is particular to the individual affected. For example, let us say the Board of Trustees got together one evening and they said, here's a great idea. Let's spot rezone our own homes. It'll be great. In fact, why don't you recuse yourself when we rezone your house, and I'll recuse myself when we rezone mine, and we'll all have our homes rezoned. Well, you do not need to be an expert on government ethics to see that that's improper. But if the Board of Ethics rezoned a section of the village in which a substantial number of village residents reside, and their homes happen to be in that area, that would not represent a conflict of interest on the part of the trustees, because the action they're taking does not have a particularized effect on them that is unique or different than the effect that it has on a substantial number of other village residents. And the board said, although her attorney, I should have mentioned at the outset that the valuation evidence, the appraisal submitted by Ms. Goldstein, the appraisal report saying that the Hampshire subdivision application would have no impact on the value of her home, that evidence is uncontradicted in the record. Uncontradicted. There is no other evidence in the record. A decision is rational only if it's made based on the evidence adduced at a hearing. There is no evidence that the Hampshire subdivision would have an impact on the value of Ms. Goldstein's home. The only evidence is to the contrary. So the Board of Ethics stated that it did not rely on proximity as the basis for its determination. It stated at page 2 of its decision, although her attorney has argued proximity alone could not give rise to a conflict of interest, the Board of Ethics did not reach that question, as it finds that the facts clearly establish that Ms. Goldstein will be affected by numerous circumstances and conditions arising from the development of the Hampshire project in a manner materially different than almost all residents of the village. Well, there are hundreds of homes, hundreds, more than 200 homes, close or closer to this project than Ms. Goldstein. You saw Mr. Tung's radius maps. 189 residential lots are in the notice area. The distance from the nearest work area to Ms. Goldstein's home is 765 feet, and 210 houses are at the same or lesser distance. The distance from the nearest construction site is 850 feet rather, 2.5 football fields, and 169 houses are at the same or lesser distance. There are no adverse material impacts that were likely to occur at 5 Oak Lane as a result of this application. The board, as I said, alleged 5 impacts only of the myriad circumstances, of the many factors and circumstances that they vaguely alluded to in their decision. They only identified 5. First, visibility. Well, you heard that the property is heavily wooded. There is a winter view only through the trees. other than that corner of the roof of the tennis facility that can be seen poking up through the trees. So the visibility of the project cannot be described as a significant impact. At 5 Oak Lane might very well be a significant impact at a property at another location. It is not a significant impact at 5 Oak Lane. Stormwater flooding of her neighbors' properties was mentioned by the Board of Ethics in those 5 bullet points. They mentioned stormwater flooding at her neighbors' properties. But Miss Goldstein's home is at a higher elevation. And you saw an aerial photograph taken and published by FEMA that depicts the flooding from Superstorm Sandy. Her 2 neighbors, the one at 3 Oak Lane and the one at 11 Oak Lane, had flooding. The Goldstein residence did not because of its elevation. There was no significant adverse environmental impact likely to occur at the Goldstein home as a result of flooding caused by the Hampshire project. The next item mentioned by the Ethics Board is truck traffic. But the truck route will not pass Miss Goldstein's home. They will turn off of Hummocks Road before they reach Oak Lane. So the only place on Miss Goldstein's route in and out of Oak Lane where she's likely to encounter traffic is by the school, where traffic is and will be regulated, and where the hours of transportation are regulated, the days of transportation are regulated, and steps will be taken to minimize the impacts. So the impact of truck traffic is not a factor unique or significant or substantial to Ms. Goldstein, certainly not a factor that warrants disqualification. Construction noise. Well, you saw the VHB chart. 50 decibels, that's less than the loudness of a normal conversation. Those decibel levels were measured by testing that occurred at 3 Oak Lane and 5 Oak Lane. I'm sorry, 3 and 11 Oak Lane, the houses on either side of Miss Goldstein. Decibel levels less if you add the construction noise to the ambient noise. The only evidence is that the noise levels will be less than the decibel levels of a normal conversation. 50 decibels, normal conversation 60. That's not Miss Goldstein's estimate. That's not my estimate. That's the estimate of the Center for Disease Control. So there will be no substantial adverse environmental impacts from noise. There would be none if this project at 5 Oak Lane, if this project had been approved. Finally, disturbance of soil containing chemicals. Well, you heard that the final environmental impact statement concluded that, particularly based upon the requirements of the New York State Department of Environmental Control and compliance with their regulations, there would be no material adverse impact from the disturbance of soil at the construction site. That's it. That is what the Board of Ethics hung their hat on. Nothing else. There are no other impacts identified in the Board of Ethics decision. Only those and this notion of proximity. And here, the proximity is only to the property line farthest from the development site. Not, Miss Goldstein is not proximate to the development site itself. Now let's talk about the vagueness of the law. The Ethics Board says that the Village of Mamaroneck has a stricter law than the state law, than the state ethics law. Well, that may in some instances be true, but the United States Constitution and the New York State Constitution both apply in the village of Mamaroneck, no matter what the Board of Trustees enacts into legislation and no matter how the Board of Ethics interprets it. And we had case law and expert testimony from Ms. Salkin saying that the reasonable appearance standard in a code of ethics is unconstitutionally vague because it fails to give sufficient notice of what conduct is prohibited and leaves it up to the Board of Ethics to decide on an ad hoc basis what conduct is prohibited. How is a board member to regulate their conduct if it's not up to them to decide what is reasonable? It is up to the Board of Ethics to decide after the fact what is or is not prohibited under the code of the Village of Mamaroneck. And Mr. Stollerow at the outset read from the Board of Ethics decision in which they spoke about such a rule applying to judges and lawyers. Well, judges are unique, and lawyers, while there's a concept of the appearance of impropriety in the practice of law, the commentators, the ethics experts, Professor Roy Simon in particular, the author of the leading treatise on professional ethics in the state of New York, says that this concept of an appearance of impropriety should never be, is so vague and so unhelpful a standard that it should never be used in a disciplinary context. And we extensively briefed the issue of the vagueness and unenforceability and unconstitutionality of this vague concept of the appearance of a conflict or the appearance of impropriety before the ethics board. And far from Ms. Goldstein ignoring what the ethics board had to say to her, the Board of Ethics ignored what we had to say in good faith with our conscientiously held belief, our scholarship, our history of study, our experts, our citations to case law. The Board of Ethics would hear none of it. So the Board of Ethics, after having received those arguments for us, went to the Board of Trustees and said, you know, we've got somebody who's appearing before us who says that the law may be unconstitutionally vague. Here's what we recommend that you do, Board of Ethics, Board of Trustees. We recommend that you change the law and require land use board members to recuse themselves if they live in the notice area, not within a certain distance to the project, not if their properties are affected in some material way, if they live in the notice area. And you know what the Board of Trustees did with that proposal? Nothing. So that is not the law in the Village of Mamaroneck. Now, I'm not here to tell the Board of Trustees what it should or should not enact into law. That's not my purpose here. They are the final word on what the law is in the Village of Mamaroneck, provided they conform to the federal and state constitution in enacting their laws, and provided they don't enact a law that's preempted by state law. But the fact of the matter is, the request by the Board of Ethics is an admission that the provision is vague, and the fact that the Board of Trustees didn't enact the recommended amendment is evidence that that amendment is not the law in the Village of Mamaroneck. Living within the notice area does not mandate disqualification by a land use board member. Not now, not unless and until the Board of Trustees says so. Now, let's talk about Ms. Goldstein's motives in not recusing herself in the Hampshire matter, because she recused herself in the Hummocks matter. Any fair review of the facts has to conclude that Ms. Goldstein recused herself in the Hummocks matter before the planning board reached the merits of the application, when it had only engaged in 2 ministerial acts that did not involve the exercise of discretion and therefore could not give rise to a disqualifying conflict of interest. But let's talk about the Hampshire application for a moment. What would be the effect of Ms. Goldstein recusing herself in the Hampshire application? There is a law of the state of New York that we have not yet spoken about, the general construction law. Not construction as in erecting a building, but construction as in construing laws. And the general construction law says at section 41 that in order to determine whether a voting body has achieved a sufficient number of votes for a measure to carry, whether it has achieved a sufficient number of votes in favor of a measure for the measure to carry, you compare the number of votes in favor to the number of seats on the board, whether those seats are occupied or not. So let us say that you have a 5-member board. Let's say there's 1 vacancy. Now there are 4 members present and participating. Do you have a quorum? Sure you do. You have a quorum. You have a majority of the members present. 1 member recuses herself, leaving 3 members participating. Do you have a quorum? Yes, you still have a majority of the board acting. You still have a quorum. You have a good meeting, and the board can consider the matter. Now, the matter comes up for a vote. 2 members vote in favor and 1 votes against. Does the measure carry? No, it does not carry, because on a 5-member board, you need 3 votes in favor for a measure to carry, whether the seats are occupied or not. Therefore, Ms. Goldstein's recusal from voting in this matter, from participating and voting in this matter, would have been the functional equivalent of a nay vote. Her seat is counted as a nay vote, whether she's sitting in that seat and voting no, or whether she has recused herself and is home watching it on television. So Ms. Goldstein could not have participated to achieve anything for her own benefit. Her non-participation would have achieved substantially the same result. Sure, she can participate in the discussions with her colleagues, try to influence them to the extent she can, but ultimately when it comes to the vote, and certainly the Board of Ethics places, the highest importance in their view on voting, her non-vote is the functional equivalent of a vote against the project. So let's talk about Ms. Goldstein's fitness for office. You heard the planning board chair, Ms. Savold, talk about Ms. Goldstein's participation on the board. She spoke about Ms. Goldstein's participation in the highest terms. You heard it. I don't need to characterize it for you. She could not have been more complimentary of Ms. Goldstein, her commitment, her dedication, her preparation, her objectivity. You heard that Ms. Goldstein has, in all the years that she served on land use boards, both as a member of the planning board and a member of the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Committee before that. Overall, I think the testimony was that it was 7 years. She only missed 1 meeting, and that was an excused absence because of a conflict. She prepares for the meetings. There's no one more prepared than Ms. Goldstein. She asks cogent questions that elicit important information that the board needs to accomplish its work. And you heard Ms. Savold tick off the characteristics that, in her view, make for a good planning board member. And Ms. Goldstein exemplifies every one of them. Finally, on this point, apart from Ms. Goldstein's training and experience as a lawyer and a longtime member of land use boards in this village, she completed her training requirement imposed by state law for members of planning boards. You saw the certificate. So it cannot be argued in good faith that Ms. Goldstein is not fit for office. That brings me to the faulty reasoning of the Board of Ethics. Well, to start with, what could be more unfair than making a motion to disqualify a member of the tribunal that's going to judge you for bias and not have the motion decided? I'm not saying that the village has to grant every motion that we make. You've heard me make objections and the mayor says noted, and we go on. We all know that we have certain rules of engagement and we follow them. This is not a case in which Ms. Goldstein made a motion to disqualify Ms. Chapin and some objective arbiter reviewed it, read the papers, heard the parties if necessary, and decided against Ms. Goldstein. Her motion was ignored. You saw the letter from Mr. Barbieri. The village code says that the Board of Ethics has to refer any complaint against a Board of Ethics member to the village manager. Don't you think that that means that the village manager has an obligation to either decide that himself or to bring it to the mayor and the Board of Trustees for decision? Do you think it could possibly mean that the members of the Board of Ethics are unaccountable? That if they are accused of a conflict of interest, it gets no hearing in the village of Mamaroneck, and that a Board of Ethics member who is alleged to have a bias against someone whose case they're judging sits and decides that matter with her colleagues without ever being held accountable or having to explain why she is not biased? That is the height of unfairness and the height of hypocrisy. What does due process mean? Due process is one of the most treasured constitutional rights we have in this country. It's enshrined in the United States Constitution, in the New York State Constitution. What did we fight a revolution over? What have soldiers died in war to protect, other than the constitutional right to due process when our government comes after us? So there is no disregard here by Ms. Next slide, please. There's no disregard here by Ms. Goldstein of her obligations under the Code of Ethics. There is a principled disagreement, and her position is supported by case law, expert testimony, experience in the village, other practices in the village. Her interpretation of the code and its application to herself was not some crazy crackpot off the wall self-justification. It's a rational, reasonable, considered, cogent position supported by case law and expert testimony, all of which was presented to the Board of Ethics. The Board of Ethics has no special expertise in the area of government ethics. You know, very often local municipal boards are populated by people who know something about the business of the board. That's why a land use board will often have a member who's an architect or an engineer, or in the case of Ms. Goldstein, a lawyer, who can help lend some degree of expertise to the proceedings. The ethics board are just random members of the community appointed by the elected officials and gathered together in a room to try to figure out what ethics is all about. Well, I have to tell you from my own personal experience, I was appointed to the Nassau County Board of Ethics by the county executive in 1990. And after participating in a meeting or two of the Nassau County Board of Ethics, I realized that I didn't know a thing that I needed to know to be a competent member of an ethics board. Because it's not about what my internal sense of right or wrong determines what the conduct should be. It's about what the state law, the village law, the case law, and the other commentary and authorities, advisory opinions by the New York State Attorney General, advisory opinions by the New York State Comptroller. It's what that entire universe of authorities says the rules of the road are in government. So what did I do? I joined the State Bar Association Municipal Law Section Committee on Local Government Ethics, which I now serve as co-chair, on which I now serve as co-chair these many 30 or so years later. But I undertook to learn the law of local government ethics. No member of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Ethics has done such a thing, let alone offer training to the officers and employees of the village. So if you are learning about ethics in the Village of Mamaroneck by watching what other board members do, perhaps you would sit either on the dais at meetings of the Board of Ethics, or you would sit in the audience and you would watch Mr. Verney. Mr. Verney, who at the Board of Ethics hearing testified. He testified at pages 41 through 47 of the transcript of the Board of Ethics hearing. And he said that he sat and decided and deliberated and participated and voted on the application for the beach club immediately adjacent to his home. And he did the same for an application by the beach club directly across the street from him. And the reason he thought he was justified in voting in connection with the matter across the street is because the development site was on the side of the property opposite from his home. What could be more similar to the facts of Ms. Goldstein's case? Worse yet, the Santoro decision. The Santoro decision alone, if I said nothing else to you in my closing argument and only spoke about the Santoro decision, it is a shockingly inconsistent ruling by the Board of Ethics. By the way, you know what one of the leading cases is on the subject of, on the point that a board, a local municipal board, if it's presented with facts similar to a prior case and rules differently than it ruled in the prior case without justification, that decision is arbitrary, irrational, and invalid, and will be invalidated by a court of law. You know what one of the leading cases is on that principle? It's a appellate division case from 2008 by the name of Lucas versus Board of Appeals of Mamaroneck. So Mamaroneck is famous in in this field. Mamaroneck gave us one of the leading cases that says that a board must act consistently if it's presented with similar circumstances. So here's what happened in the Santoro case. Let's compare it to Ms. Goldstein's case. Unlike Ms. Goldstein, Mr. Santoro participated in a matter in which he had a direct financial interest, the payment of his own legal fees. He participated in the merits of the application by introducing the resolution to approve payment of his own legal fees. Now, the Board of Ethics dismisses that by saying he only participated in procedural matters. Well, isn't introducing the resolution, presenting it and introducing it, participation in the Board of Ethics consideration on the merits of the matter? Of course it is. Ms. Goldstein, on the other hand, was a mile away from the merits of the Homix Road application. All she did was vote to open a hearing and classify the matter for secret purposes. The planning board didn't get to the merits of the application until after referring the matter to the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Committee and having it sent back to them long after Ms. Goldstein recused herself. So Mr. Goldstein, after recusing himself, remained on the dais of the board while the matter was considered by his colleagues. What is more likely to influence your colleagues in their consideration of whether to pay your legal fees or not than you sitting there? If you're sitting there, your mere presence has the effect of influencing your board members. And don't rely upon my opinion on this. Rely upon the opinion of the Attorney General, who has said over and over again in advisory opinions that when a board member recuses himself or herself, they should get up, and the Attorney General says, leave the room. That's exactly what Ms. Goldstein did. It's not what Mr. Santoro did. Ms. Goldstein had no direct financial interest in the matter. She did not participate on the merits. And to use the phrase that the Board of Ethics improperly used in the Santoro matter, she only participated in preliminary procedural matters. She recused herself on the merits. She left the meeting. Yet despite all of this, the Board of Ethics concluded in the Santoro matter, we find that this was a technical violation of the Code of Ethics. We further determined, however, that Mr. Santoro's limited, non-substantive participation was in good faith and was not an attempt to exert any influence on the Board of Trustees' decision-making or vote. Accordingly, no sanction, disciplinary action, or penalty is warranted under the circumstances. Do you know who the chairman of the Board of Ethics was who signed that decision? Mr. Ettinger. You know who the chairman of the Board of Ethics who signed the decision recommending Ms. Goldstein's removal from the planning board was? Mr. Ettinger. The Board of Ethics found Ms. Goldstein's conduct so egregious that she should have the ultimate penalty imposed, the municipal equivalent of capital punishment, removal from office. As a further basis for the Board of Ethics recommendation, the board based its recommendation on what it characterized as a pattern and course of conduct. What pattern or course of conduct? Have you heard of one? There were two matters, one in which Ms. Goldstein recused herself and the other in which she did not. And we've discussed the reasons why extensively here. That's not a pattern or course of conduct. Ms. Goldstein did not reject out of hand or refuse to consider the views of the Board of Ethics. She consulted with counsel and recused herself in the Homix matter. She met and cooperated with the Board of Ethics and attempted to persuade the Board of Ethics that recusal was not required in the Hampshire matter. She submitted a memo of law discussing the relevant authorities and retained experts to testify before the Board of Ethics. Ms. Goldstein did not disregard, let alone blatantly flout, the language and spirit of the Code of Ethics in the Homix application. To the contrary, she recused herself. Listen to the petulant language, the irate language of the Board of Ethics. What is at work here? What is behind this anger that permeates the board's decision? Ms. Goldstein was entitled to her well-founded opinion that she would not benefit from the Homix application even if the Board of Ethics disagreed. The bottom line is she recused herself. In a finding worthy of a Kafka novel, the Board of Ethics concluded that Ms. Goldstein's recusal letter acted to further, that's a quote, acted to further its recommendation that she be removed. If that's not right out of a Kafka novel, I don't know what is. The Board of Ethics claimed that Ms. Goldstein did not sufficiently disclose the reason for her recusal, but listen to what she said. These are Ms. Goldstein's words. It was suggested that I recuse myself in the matter based on the speculation that I might benefit in the event a sewer line is approved and installed at the property. To avoid even the speculation that I might benefit from this application and to put the matter at rest, I have decided to recuse myself. Well, if that is a recusal that furthers a recommendation that you be removed from office, then every member of every board in the village of Amerenik needs to worry and fear, is the Board of Ethics coming for them? For reasons explained by municipal law and land use expert Provost Patricia Salkin, the reasonable appearance provision in the Code of Ethics that was applied by the Board of Ethics is unconstitutionally vague because it gives no guidance to village officers and employees of what conduct is prohibited. The Board of Ethics found that Ms. Goldstein lacked contrition. The Board of Ethics members are not the thought police. The Code of Ethics does not regulate thought. It regulates conduct. Ms. Goldstein had no reason to be contrite. There was no moral failing here. In the Homix application, she participated only in ministerial acts and then recused herself before the planning board reached the merits of the application. In the Hampshire matter, she followed the advice of counsel, supported by expert testimony. Ms. Goldstein was not motivated by self-interest because recusal is the functional equivalent of a nay vote, and the planning board has no alternate members. Contrary to the claim of the Board of Ethics, Ms. Goldstein's May 5th, 2020 email to the mayor and the Board of Trustees was neither hostile nor disregarded the truth. Ms. Goldstein's email to the mayor and Board of Trustees was an exercise of her constitutional right to petition government. The email did not disclose any confidential information about the hearing before the Board of Ethics, as the intended purpose of the hearing was to produce a recommendation to the mayor and the trustees. Further, any requirement of confidentiality is intended to protect the subject of an investigation, here, Ms. Goldstein. The requirement of confidentiality is not intended to shroud the Board of Ethics in a cloak of secrecy, as if it were a star chamber. The entire record before the Board of Ethics has now been posted on the village website for all the world to see, as surely it had to be in order to conduct this public hearing required by state law. In a case that I handled on behalf of the City of White Plains, matter of Journal News versus City of White Plains, there was an ethics investigation by the City Board of Ethics into then Mayor Bradley. The ethics investigation resulted in a finding that he had violated the code, but before the decision was released, Mayor Bradley resigned, and the Board of Ethics determined that the matter was moot. The Journal News foiled the entire record of the Ethics Board, and the foil was denied on the basis that because the decision was not released, it was not forwarded to the City Council for further action, and because the matter was moot, and because Mr. Bradley did not have an opportunity to appear before the City Council in his own defense, that would be an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy to release the record. But the court ruled, as courts have consistently ruled, and as the Committee on Open Government has repeatedly opined, that FOIL preempts the confidentiality imposed by local law on broad categories of material. To put it differently, the only records of a local government that are truly confidential are, or let me put it rather differently, the only information that of local government that is truly confidential is information that is prohibited from disclosure by either federal or state law. Other than that, both FOIL, the Freedom of Information Law, and the Open Meetings Law confer upon the local municipality discretion to withhold certain categories of information from the public. For example, information under the Freedom of Information Law that would result in an unwarranted invasion of privacy if released to the public. Now, because the law confers discretion on the local municipality, that discretion must be exercised on a case-by-case basis, subject to judicial review in Article 78, to see whether the municipality has exercised their discretion in a way that's arbitrary, capricious, and abusive discretion, not based on the evidence and warrants reversal. So the court in the City of White Plains case said, your law, your code of ethics that makes records of the Board of Ethics confidential is invalid, it's illegal. It's preempted by the Freedom of Information Law. And I, the judge in the case, am going to review the entire record in camera, that means in chambers privately, and I will decide which of the records were properly withheld by the Board of Ethics and which were not properly withheld by the Board of Ethics based upon the Freedom of Information Law and its requirements and the categories of information that a local government is permitted to withhold. Now, I apologize for spending so much time on this point, but it would have been difficult to shorten it. And the bottom line on this point is that the Code of Ethics, to the extent that it makes all records of the Board of Ethics confidential, is illegal, invalid, preempted by the Freedom of Information Law. In this country, we do not allow our governments to operate in secret. Code of Ethics, Section 2120, in fact, acknowledges that the Board of Ethics must comply with the Freedom of Information Law.
Mr. Leventhal, if I can just stop you for a moment, does this relate in some way to the decision that the mayor is making today, having gotten the record of the Ethics Board?
Absolutely.
Is there a request
Absolutely
coming?
it does, because despite the attempts by the mayor and you to distinguish this and separate it from an evaluation of the Board of Ethics decision itself. The mayor must decide what weight to give that decision, whether the conclusions of the Board of Ethics, based upon the evidence that was adduced before the board, justify the recommendation that it has made. It is not for the mayor to merely decide that the Board of Ethics determination is a set piece that cannot be examined into. In fact, the mayor must look into the validity of the recommendation of the board. The mayor cannot look into the validity of the recommendation.
Mr. Leventhal, I will get my legal advice from Mr. Storrow. Thank you very much for that. Please conclude. We've given you a lot of leeway here to pretty much litigate your whole case. Please get to the conclusion.
Well, okay, Mr. Stollerow, the mayor does not wish me to answer your question, so I won't. Ms. Goldstein's privacy was her to waive. Code of Ethics 21-14A authorizes the board to recommend disciplinary action, and that is exactly what the Board of Ethics has done here. The law requires a public hearing, and due process requires disclosure of the evidence adduced at the hearing. The code also acknowledges that a person aggrieved by a decision of the Board of Ethics may seek judicial review in Article 78, in which the records of the Board of Ethics of necessity are a public record. And I'm saying all of that because the Board of Ethics chose to discuss Ms. Goldstein's email to the mayor and the Board of Trustees in the decision that it's rendered. Finally, let's go to the Styler letter. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to commend to your attention a letter that was submitted to the mayor and the Board of Ethics, in which the author, an experienced HR manager, discussed the fact that the tone and language used by the Board of Ethics in its decision, talking about Ms. Goldstein's attitude, the spirit and the spirit of the code, the reasonableness of appearances. These are all traditional code words that are used when someone is engaging in an exercise of implicit bias, when someone might not even understand the fact that they're biased, but that the way that they react, the way that they interact, the way that they perceive someone is colored by their own biases. And query whether a male member of a village board appearing before the Board of Ethics and presuming or daring to disagree with the Board of Ethics interpretation of the code would have been portrayed with the venom and hostility that Ms. Goldstein has been portrayed with. So Ms. Styler's letter is a part of the record, and I commend it for your attention. There's only one woman on the Board of Ethics, and that woman demonstrably was biased against Ms. Goldstein, as Ms. Goldstein set forth in her disqualification motion. The decision by the Board of Ethics was made with...
I have to stop you right there. You say demonstrably, it hasn't been demonstrated.
Well, have you read the motion papers?
Yes, I have. It's been alleged. It hasn't been demonstrated. Let's just be clear.
Well, I'm not sure what distinction you're making between alleged and
Something
demonstrated.
has been alleged, and when you demonstrate something, it's beyond fact.
Well, no, when you allege, you make a claim. When you present evidence, you demonstrate.
Okay.
And we presented evidence in the form of an affidavit, a
Okay.
sworn statement. The
It's ridiculous.
legal standard for removal is that there must be a matter of substance relating to the character. Ms. Goldstein's long history of volunteerism and civic participation has been established. She had a principled disagreement with the Board of Ethics. Her actions were not based on greed, prejudice, or self-interest. She did not neglect her duty. There was a dispute here over the interpretation of a vague code provision. Her fitness for office is beyond dispute. She has diligently performed the duties of each office that she has occupied. No member of any village board has ever been removed. Not Mr. Santoro, not Mr. Verney. There's no recommendation here of progressive discipline. The recommendation for removal is not justified by the record or precedent. Ms. Goldstein's performance in office and history of volunteerism are a model for others. Her future intent is to follow the law as it is determined to be in what will be the inevitable decision of the court in the Article 78 proceeding. I introduce now my memo of law, which is posted on the village website in support of the Article 78 proceeding. And I close by saying, today, Mr. Mayor, you are serving as a judge. You have a solemn duty to put personalities aside and judge fairly and objectively. Ms. Goldstein's personal and professional reputations, the reputation of a respected member of the community is at stake. The Board of Ethics has recommended the ultimate penalty, removal from office. Every village board member is watching and asking themselves, is the Board of Ethics my advisor or my master? Do I dare to exercise my own independent judgment? Do I dare to serve on a village board at all? Your decision will answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What time is it now? It is 2:42. On the agenda, there's supposed to be a scheduled recess. How about we take a 10-minute no, well, let's go to public comments was supposed to be already. Let's take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back to public comments. So I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Glenn, the first one. A lot of talk?
Well, wait till we get
Wait.
everybody back in action here. Mr. Leventhal.
Start my video.
Is Cindy muted on her end or on our end?
Cindy, are you muted or? Open
You
your
can
mic.
say muted, but you're muted. I just want to let you know that.
I'm muted. I have nothing else to say.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, we're all back. We're going to resume with the public comment, and just let me make a couple of points clear. Is that I just want to reiterate, this is not an appeals process. This is a hearing to determine whether or not removal is necessitated. So you've been hearing, Mr. Leventhal present his side of the case, which is fine for this hearing. The whole record is on the village website. What we're going to do today is we're going to allow public comment, and the public is going to have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of the 5 minutes, please, I'll tell you your time is up, and please just finish your thought. And that doesn't mean start another paragraph. The record will be left open for 2 weeks. You can email any comments or ideas or any questions that you have to Goldstein comments, all one word, at vomny.org. Once again, Goldstein comments at vomny.org. Okay, the first hand I see up is Mr. Glenn Tippett. And just so we're going to get Mr. Tippett in, but just so people know, when we begin to get you in, it usually takes 10 to 15 seconds before it all gets hooked up. So don't lose your patience. So start with Glenn.
And Mayor, do you want them to, I'm assuming we want them to state their name and address for the record?
Yes. So let me just, before you start, Glenn, please state your name and address for the record. And if you were going to testify as to facts or that are relevant to the case, we're going to ask you to be sworn in. But if you're just testifying to your feelings or then you just let fly. All right, Mr. Tippett.
Glenn Tippett, 506 Hill Street, Mamaroneck, New York. Let me first start by saying I've watched Cindy Goldstein on both the Coastal Management Board and on the Planning Board. And where I do not agree with every decision she makes, I find her to be brilliant in the work that she does. I think that every decision she makes is well planned and well thought out, whether I agree with her or not. I don't like the idea of proximity eliminating somebody from being able to make a decision on the board, because quite frankly, we will miss brilliant people on the board if you raise the ethic board standard of proximity for using and being found in ethic violations for the board. You are talking about somebody who has dedicated years and years sitting on the boards of Mamaroneck and doing absolutely yeoman's job in the job she has done. Again, I do not agree with every one of her decisions, but you know what? When I disagree with somebody and I go on and argue with them, I want to argue with the best. And as far as I'm concerned, she is one of the most outstanding board members you have ever had sitting on a board, and the village would be lesser if she was not in the position she's in. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay, the next person up is, can you read that name? I can't see it from here.
George
No, it's not George.
Giselle Moruquin.
Okay, just get them on. Hi, ma'am.
Spell it.
Wait,
Hi, it's
Hi.
Gisela Marroquin.
thank you. I'm sorry, we murdered your name there.
It's okay. I live on Rockland Avenue here in the village of Mamaroneck. So I want to start off by saying that I do want to express my support that Ms. Goldstein be removed from the planning board, as I believe even after today's long session, that her participation and access to the information of the named projects had a personal conflict of interest that should have been anticipated, and she should have anticipated it, and would that it would give at least a very impression, right, that something was wrong on the ethics piece and the integrity of her role. So to the point of character and whether there was a neglect of duty, there are these two situations that we heard about today certainly bring doubt to Ms. Goldstein and how she acted accordingly in the benefit of the public. So I also want to state that what has become obvious in this hearing and through this long process that we reviewed today and what was played out in many months here at the village is that the systems of checks and balances, transparency, and the clarity in which things are stated, whether it's in the code of ethics or in procedures and in meetings, is broken. And it allows for the questioning of codes and procedures that essentially has led us to doubt how this level of discretion, right, that was referenced before, has been allowed to be exercised to a broad extent. The trust in the officials and representatives of the village of Mamaroneck should not be affirmed through these costly and drawn out processes, but rather it should just be clearly assured to all of us residents that the systems are being managed, monitored, and that policy is written with the interests of the public as a guiding force. And clearly the current composition of these boards is not broad enough to ensure that all interests of the residents are representative. And we can see that in the conversations even today when folks are referencing knowing each other, you know, within just a very small mile radius of the village. So I do want to state that I think we need to assess those systems and what is written to make sure that these questionable things, you know, these examples that came up today about somebody else doing this and, you know, it's similar to what happened with Goldstein, really never come into question again. I do challenge the village to look at itself and make sure that this doesn't happen again so that it not only benefits all of us residents the way it's supposed to, but it doesn't cost us any money and time the way it has today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next up is Ms. Meg Jurgen. And just want you to know what we're doing is this, the thing here provides a queue and we're just going through the queue. So we have Meg unmuted, not yet.
Meg, unmute your mic.
I got it. Can you hear me now?
You're on.
I'm Meg Jurgen. I'm a village resident and I'm a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I'd like to comment on some New York State training I've received as a ZBA member about conflict of interest. As you know, all village land use board members are required to annually complete CEU credits, unlike the ethics board members. We receive training on the principles and due process we should follow in our reviews and votes on applications. And I received training on ethics and land use boards as part of the seminar hosted by the New York Planning Federation in November 2019. The presentation was given by Sarah Broncatella, Esquire, counsel to the Association of Towns of New York State. I learned that the only established state law regarding conflict of interest is the General Municipal Law, Article 18, regarding contracts. And since land use applications are not contracts, Ms. Broncatella told us that the legal precedent in New York State is for land use board members to look to common law for guidance. In terms of common law, Ms. Broncatella informed us that the three requisite factors regarding a conflict of interest are: number one, is the interest personal? That it has to be something very specific to the individual and not shared with other members of the district or neighborhood. Number 2, is the interest substantial? That courts have ruled that something's not a conflict of interest if the possible realized interest is a de minimis. And number 3, the interest cannot be speculative. It's not a conflict of interest if it's something that's based on some chance that at some time in the future, something might come to pass. And following these standards, neither owning property in proximity to a matter or speculating that a matter may result in some unspecified advantage to a group of neighbors in the future constitutes an automatic conflict of interest or reason to recuse. The Village Ethics Code only refers to the personal financial benefit of a village official without any further clarification. So it makes sense to refer to the precedent of common law for an understanding of what constitutes a personal financial interest. We know our local ethics board could propose village-specific conflict of interest rules that differ from those advanced by common law, but they would need to be approved by the Board of Trustees, as noted today, before taking effect. And the Ethics Board did propose such legislation to mandate recusal of an official with property close to an application, but it was never introduced or enacted by the trustees. So owning property in proximity to an applicant is not a part of the village's code of ethics. What I find troublesome is lacking a substantive basis for a violation. The Ethics Board filled its decision and recommendation, which I read, with references to Ms. Goldstein's hostile and aggressive attitude, basically making her out to be a nasty woman who deserved removal largely to her unrepentant attitude. And the Ethics Board also did its best to distract the reader on the points with voluminous paragraphs on conversations regarding neighborhood sewer lines. This subjective characterization has no material bearing on this matter. As a ZBA member, I can assure you that the zoning board in the course of its reviews does not comment on or consider the attitude of an applicant or other stakeholders involved in applications. The Ethics Board acted inappropriately, to say the least, by offering such pejorative statements in an official report. And finally, I'd like to share my personal experience with the Ethics Board. In November 2018, I made comments as a resident at a Board of Trustees public meeting regarding proposed legislation. Afterwards, the Ethics Board sent me a letter stating that it had learned that I had participated in the matter before the trustees by a source that they refused to reveal. The board requested I write a letter to the trustees to not only identify myself as a ZBA member, but to disclose my potential conflict of interest due to my material interest in the matter. It took a number of emails to figure out what the Ethics Board thought was my potential conflict, but I discovered it was because I own property in a zone that's situated alongside the zone, which would be impacted by the legislation, and nothing more than that. But if I didn't write the letter, the board advised it would launch an investigation. I strongly disagree that I, speaking as a resident, needed to disclose anything regarding my interests. In effect, the Ethics Board, acting on the suggestion of an unnamed source, sought to weigh in on my constitutional right to make public comments at a meeting. And at the same Board of Trustees meeting, a gentleman who owns property in my building, so would have the same material interest, and who is also a member of a land use board, made comments regarding the same legislation. He, however, did not receive any requests from the Board of Ethics to disclose his supposed potential conflicts of interest. I have no idea why I was singled out by the tipster or the Ethics Board. And I'd like to point out that according to my email exchange with the Ethics Board regarding this matter, that the board was acting on it outside of publicly noticed meetings in violation of the New York State Open Meetings Law. Ms. Goldstein's actions are beyond reproach, and she is an upstanding and invaluable member of our community. Removing her from the planning board would be a great loss to the village. Urge the mayor to reject the recommendation of the Ethics Board to remove Ms. Goldstein from the planning board and the Board of Trustees to mandate relevant training on conflicts of interest and due process for the Board of Ethics going forward, for the sake of both Ms. Goldstein and for the sake of the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is a gentleman named David Cooper.
Please read your comments slowly or more slowly than that.
If possible, also, if speakers have their comments in writing and would not mind submitting them in writing for the record, it would help us as we develop the transcript for the court reporter.
Yeah, if you have comments that you want to read, feel free to read them, but please submit them as an email too. Okay, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is David Cooper from the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz. We represent Hampshire Recreation LLC, the applicant most aggrieved by Ms. Goldstein's alleged actions, and one of the primary bases for the Ethics Board's recommendation that she be removed from the planning board. Hampshire has a unique standing to participate in this hearing as being a first-hand witness to all of the violations documented in the Ethics Board. I want to begin because I believe the record needs to be clear that the Ethics Board initiated this investigation on its own. Hampshire was not aware that the board had commenced an investigation in January of 2019, was not informed of the board's hearing in May of 2019, and was not even provided with a decision and recommendation when it was issued in November of 2019. Hampshire first learned of the Ethics Board's decision and recommendation with the rest of the public on May 15th, when the notice of this hearing was first published. Now, having read all of the materials publicly disclosed this week, Hampshire wishes to express the fact that it wholeheartedly agrees with the Ethics Board's assessment of the severity of the violation. I believe it was called the most serious ethics case in memory of the village, and wholeheartedly agrees with the recommendation that Ms. Goldstein be removed. I don't need to rehash the full record. The Ethics Board's opinion is very clear, and we've now spent a full day going through that record. But we do agree that the evidence of the ethical violations of the videos of proceedings and all of the work sessions that we attended and reviewed, we agree that Ms. Goldstein should have been removed in November of 2019. Now, in arriving at a decision, Mr. Mayor, your decision should explain to the public and Hampshire, as the village taxpayer most aggrieved by this conduct, why the board did not disclose, why the village did not disclose the Ethics Board's recommendation to the public and specifically to Hampshire for a 6-month period. The recommendation was issued on November 29th of 2019. Disclosure occurred May 15th, 2020. In the interim, Ms. Goldstein was allowed to prepare and vote on findings in the resolution denying Hampshire's application. Again, the village concealed the board's decision, the Ethics Board's decision, and Hampshire was never informed that for a year, the Ethics Board had concerns about Ms. Goldstein's ability to objectively review their application. This did not come to light until after the planning board voted to reject this application, including Mrs. Goldstein's opposition. Therefore, any decision should indicate why the village decided to wait until after the planning board voted on this application to let the public know and Hampshire that this was occurring and to keep her on the board while this vote went forward. We look forward to that decision and reviewing it shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, Mr. Quiros, Louis Quiros. And Mr. Quiros, I just want to remind you and everybody else that there's a 5-minute time limit, and please keep your comments into the time limit. Can you get Mr. Quiros up?
Yep. See.
Yeah. We unmute him.
Luis, unmute your microphone. He's been allowed to talk. Yes, unmute his microphone.
Mr. Quiros, your microphone is on mute. Please unmute your microphone.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Very impressive, Steve Leventhal. Me as a state member of over 10 years on the NYCLU and the state board, plus many doctoral courses at Union Theological Seminary on ethics, I do not believe you still understand ethics and government history. I would speak to the removal of Cindy Goldstein and explain why other members with official authority supporting her or against the sorely needed revenue that would be yielded by the Hampshire project are responsible for the demise of this community, and especially for today's expenses caused by the elite being caused by the elite being incurred by us viewed as others. Note that the village of Mamaroneck is a metaphor for the closing moments of the United States of America and its fake democracy and unaffordable or fake due process for us others. Note that the USA Constitution was established solely to control social distancing. Hence, there is the daughters of the American Revolution who are responsible for being and finding personally acceptable members to their society. Hence, zoning board and clever taxation between social classes. Hence, slaves, minimum wage workers, redlining, and country clubs. The friendly village are words used to avoid calling the village fascist. Yes, we are small, but intentionally not diversified, though gentrified. Fascist because news for the further development of New Hampshire is minimized and omitted. The media loop has demonstrated that. For or against transparency, which always has a social class function. Difficult to detect or compute without appropriate academic credentials or experience or leisure time. I find it, excuse me, I'm sorry. I find it ironic that watching over approximately 20 Hampshire planning sessions where Ms. Goldstein complained about the Hampshire development would be so loud, so many trees taken down, and so horrible that now suddenly she has the nerve to say that noise won't bother her home and she won't see any of the homes being built. Please. Fascist because the news for the further development of the Hampshire is, I'm sorry, I said that before. Fascist because food is used as a weapon and it intimidates the poor. Ms. Goldstein's connection to the food bank and donations have prevented large numbers of people from signing a petition that would extend their likelihood of living in the village. Instead, even the costs incurred today will be passed on to the less fortunate. Fascism because the gentleman's agreement is the law of the land. Note that even the police department and the social district are under investigation. Over 3 years ago, I commenced dialogue over the radio station WVOV with a doctor involved with health and politics. My views, the real epidemic of this nation is mental illness, preventing us from being alert to what is happening. As to this village, from this conversation, it became obvious that within a few years, a flu would flourish that would kill hundreds and thousands of people. The doctor supported these statements and I verified this in 2 books and website. The intentionality to organize a better set of people attempted throughout all of Latin America and of course Africa is a mental illness. Hence, as we can both quote favoring case law, the history of the world and its greatest philosophers exposed why sovereignty belongs to only the people that include themselves among the others. And the government the government that is being displayed in this village and the United States, we are not in this together. Too often others are assumed to be out of the spectrum of deserving their natural right. This is historical. Aristotle was the father of natural law's famous maxim, les injustitia non est lex, meaning an unjust law is no law at all. The classic statement delivered in 1832 was by John Austin, the creator of the School of Analytical Jurisprudence. The existence of law is one thing, its merit or demerit another. And this is just in the introductory of one of my 2 books. What has going on here is mental illness, is gentleman's agreement, is negotiating at the expense of the other. You discuss issues of gender, men and women, but no one has mentioned the issues of Black and brown people that are absent in all these meetings. Absent is the disgusting expenses of this entire years of finagling back and forth that has cost us enormous debt, enormous exodus of our school district and everything else that goes with it. And I will sit with anybody in that table, including you, Mr. Leventhal, and discuss ethics and go to the books and hit the credentials and go to the classroom.
Mr. Quiros, your time is up, sir. Thank you very much.
Come on.
The next up at bat is Greta, and I guess this is Greta Heaney. I'll allow her to identify herself. Unmute her. perhaps?
Yes, this is Greta Heaney.
Hi, Greta.
Hi, I live at 824 The Parkway, and I'm a volunteer citizen on the Zoning Board of Appeals. I really don't understand how we got into this place in the village of Mamaroneck. It conjures up an unsettling feeling that democratic norms are being abused on the local level, much like what's happening in Washington now. As the Ethics Board does its very best to attack Cindy Goldstein's good name in its recently released voluminous record, I would like to take some time to provide a testimonial to Cindy's outstanding character. I've known her for over 10 years. I can say without qualification that she is a good person, one with integrity, one with the highest ethical standards. She is also smart, confident, and direct. She is tough and is not intimidated by bullying, qualities which I admire, particularly in women. It outrages me that the Ethics Board construes these fine qualities as attitude. But this is more than supporting a friend and affirming her integrity. With its attempts to change the ethics law ex post facto, with its decision to have this hearing during a pandemic at an inconvenient time to the public, with its publication of a 1,400-page record with no reasonable time for the public to fully review it, and with its offensive language in its published reports, the Ethics Board's conduct and underlying motivation comes into question. They certainly are not about ethics. Mayor Murphy, we cannot let this stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heaney. Next up, Kevin Durate Chen. Unmute him.
Can everyone hear me? Am I loud and clear?
You are now loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Very well. I will begin by saying thank you for giving me the floor. I've got a stopwatch in front of me, so I know I won't be over on time. My name is Kevin, and I have been a Mamaroneck resident for over 10 years now. I live near the Mamaroneck Avenue School, not too far from I-95 junction. I will say that I am actually very, very upset by this whole situation. I actually learned about the actions of Mrs. Goldstein first through Mr. Luis Quiroz, who already spoke. And this is a fact that upsets me because I feel as though this is information that everyone in Mamaroneck should have had front and center. I should not have heard this in passing. That would be something to make our village government more transparent. For Mrs. Goldstein herself, I truthfully don't have any words because it is not up to me to look at her. It is up to a judge and jury in America to decide what her punishment should be for her abuse of power. If I was in charge, I would see to it that she be charged with, number one, taking power despite a clear and present conflict of interest. Number two, mismanagement of taxpayer funds that results in uneven distribution among the community. And number three, contributing to the deliberate disenfranchisement of some Mamaroneck neighbors, particularly of color, as a result of financial mismanagement. Clearly, no elected official is thinking on this level. I am sorry to say that I believe even Mayor Murphy is complicit in this course of action. When I first met Mayor Murphy, I was working at the Community Resource Center in Mamaroneck under the Worker Center. To me, Mayor Murphy always came across as respectable and humble, someone dedicated to his service to the 10543 zip code in which we reside. However, I understand now that he has been reluctant to take action against Mrs. Goldstein for over 6 months, when her removal should have been the immediate knee-jerk reaction as a proper American, especially in light of the November 2019 vote by the Mamaroneck Board of Ethics to kick her off. I ask, what good is the word of the Ethics Board under the leadership of Mr. Mark Ettinger if the mayor can even just disregard it? I believe that Mrs. Goldstein is not the only one who should resign immediately. I truly hope that the FBI gets involved because clearly we can't handle this ourselves. As an apology to my community, I demand that Mayor Murphy and the government of Mamaroneck compensate us for the tragedy that is unfolding before our eyes. If the mayor truly cares about all of Mamaroneck and not just the elite, then he should prove it. In light of this fatal response by the Mamaroneck government, I make 3 demands as reparation. I demand that the money that the Mamaroneck government has be used to pay the rent of every one of my neighbors without question for the next 12 months. I also demand that the pay for any Mamaroneck resident or employee who works in cleaning or housekeeping, hospitals, nursing homes, transportation, and other essential industries be increased by 30% after accounting for taxes due. And finally, my 3rd demand is that an investigation be aggressively pursued by an external, unbiased source in order to hold Ms. Goldstein accountable for her actions and anyone who's complicit. In this, I also hold the mayor complicit for his inability to act and her lawyer, Steve Leventhal, for his fatal discourse and sham of a defense. Unless the Mamaroneck government makes the right call here or complies with the demands that I have listed out, then I fail to see how they care at all about our friendly village. As we can all clearly see, no one is even thinking on this level. Mayor Murphy and other officials are probably just thinking about where the funds are going to come out of to fund future legal confrontations over development. If we have the taxpayer money to be paying the legal fees associated with the costs of development, then we must have money to take care of our own residents as well. But instead, we are spending money on fighting and stalling certain developments in court. The Hampshire controversy alone has already been going on for an unholy amount of time and money when that whole project could have been done by now, and instead providing amazing tax revenue for our schools and essential workers, as is the case with the Grand Street lofts, the Mason, and other projects. I conclude by saying that I do see that my neighbors, many of my neighbors, are not bothered by this as I am, if at all. I respect that right, because everyone has that. In America, I believe that everyone is entitled to an opinion and opposing viewpoints. However, I do know many people who are understandably angered by the situation. I have in my possession several signatures from some of my immediate neighbors who support the removal of Ms. Goldstein for the aforementioned reason. These signatures have been gathered, and I will see to it that the appropriate authorities receive them as proof that our friendly village deserves better than this garbage. And final point, how dare you limit the public to 5 minutes of speaking?
As you know, your time is up, but you have a lot.
4 hours to defend corruption in Mamaroneck. Shame on you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go to the next speaker, I'm going to ask that the speakers not attack anybody, especially Ms. Goldstein or other members of this community, and just like keep it to the facts and keep it to, the mitigation of, what could possibly, be the mitigation of a decision that I'll have to make. There's no reason for ad hominem attacks against Ms. Goldstein or against anybody else. Please, the next up, I believe, is Ms. McCrory.
So can you unmute your mic?
Yes, I just did. Thank you. So can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
My name is Suzanne McCrory. I've been a resident of the village of Mamaroneck since 1999. I live on the Crescent. Purpose of my testimony today is to urge the mayor to reject the recommendation to remove Ms. Goldstein. I also want to urge the Village Board of Trustees to politely but firmly repudiate the ethics report. Here's my perspective. First, let's compare the instant matter with Larry Fraioli's conduct as our former planning board chair. Fraioli held investment property under LLC names that disguised his ownership. That disguise allowed him, in his capacity as planning board chair, to testify before the Board of Trustees on code changes that would improve the development potential for his personal properties. I brought in Article 78 to obtain his confidential financial disclosure report. When his property holdings were eventually made public, Fraioli immediately resigned as chair of the planning board, telling village folks we could all go to hell. That's the historic context. Cindy Goldstein hid nothing. Cindy Goldstein has no personal interest at stake. Cindy Goldstein's decisions to recuse in one case but not the other seems quite sound to me. She did not recuse from the Hampshire matter because the outcome of that application would have no particular effect on her property. She did recuse from the Homix Road matter, where the owner was considering the installation of a sewer line that would be closer to her house than the present terminus. Good for the ethics board in bringing this to Ms. Goldstein's attention. The only puzzle is why the ethics board did not consider the matter resolved. I worry that the ethics board is improperly protecting someone's identity and motive behind this complaint. I've made ethics complaints in the past. I have always needed to make sworn complaints to the ethics board. But in this case, we have no sworn complaint. The party raising the underlying ethics concern is being hidden. We all deserve to know who started this mess, to assess that person's motive. Let's imagine who the secret complainant might be. Suppose, for example, it's the mayor. The record shows the mayor raised a concern with the village attorney about the Homix Road matter, who raised it with the planning board chair, who raised it with Cindy Goldstein. Maybe the mayor started the complaint. If so, what was his motive? The mayor should lay bare his actions in this matter before making any determination. Alternatively, suppose a Hampshire investor was chummy with Mark Ettinger, the ethics board chair, and made a secret complaint to him. The mere presence of an ethics inquiry would benefit Hampshire by clouding the integrity of any planning board decision in which Cindy participated. Let's unmask these hidden interests. I urge the mayor to obtain from each member of the ethics board a sworn affidavit identifying the sources of the information leading to the Goldstein investigation. The mayor should also submit for the record a full accounting of his own participation in the matter. My second concern is that the ethics board has made up rules on the fly. At every annual filing of a financial disclosure form, the ethics board might have advised filers it would consider property proximity as necessitating recusal in each and every matter. But that didn't happen. My point is that no such rules seem to exist or be enforced except for Cindy Goldstein. It's not a long-standing rule, not a newly noticed rule, not a universally enforced rule. It seems a special Cindy Goldstein gotcha rule and a clear violation of due process. My third concern is that the ethics board mistakenly believes it may regulate and punish Cindy Goldstein for attitudes and opinions it considers unacceptable. Our Constitution precludes any village entity from regulating beliefs, attitudes, and opinions. The ethics board has left a lasting impression with me that its members despise smart, intelligent, and credentialed women. I urge the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees to repudiate such comments swiftly and unequivocally. Let me conclude my remarks by saying I spent years writing and reviewing evaluation reports for GAO. Had this report come to me in draft form, I would have gently but firmly told the writers that they lacked evidence to support their proposed recommendation. The report does not stand on its own. I'd be concerned about the omission of key evidence.
Ms. McCreary, your time is up. Can you just finish up, please?
Yes. About the posture of the applicants themselves. Did they request recusal? What did their disclosure form, GMU 809 disclosure form say? The report does not say. Huge missing pieces.
Thank you. Okay, the next up is Miss Alana Stone.
Hi, my name's Alana Stone. I live at 1206 Park Avenue. I'm speaking in support of Cindy Goldstein today. I'm very concerned about the culture of volunteerism in this village. I think that Kathy Sable said it best this morning when she said that she was wondering if testifying would put a target on her back. And then just hearing from Meg Gergen a few minutes ago, she mentioned that she got a gotcha call from the Board of Ethics. And Cindy Goldstein has just been, hung in the village square where her reputation is central to her ability to make an income. And my question to myself is, does my love for volunteerism and betterment of this village warrant putting my own reputation and my income at risk in volunteering on a board? After listening to hours and hours of testimony today, this removal comes across as a witch hunt. Starting by pulling the string of the sewage issue. I mean, I think if anybody in this village wants to be horrified about waste and wasted money, having septic sewage lacing the Sound Shore to me was the most horrifying topic that came out of this whole issue. Septic sewage has no place in the village of Mamaroneck. It may be okay in places like South Salem where every resident has acres of land, but not in the village of Mamaroneck where land frequently floods and houses are in close proximity. If Cindy and her husband saw anything, they saw that the sewage, you look at that one image of the houses surrounding her house being flooded during Sandy. Where did all that septic sewage go? Out to the Sound. And the village of Mamaroneck has been sued. I think it was $40,000 a day was the lawsuit until we clean up the village. Let's be spending our time on that instead of on this witch hunt. So when that didn't work, what concerns me is then why does the Board of Ethics go to the next string to pull? This just seems like a witch hunt, and it really is disconcerting to the culture of this village. I have to say that I think this board has done a tremendous job of giving diversity to the boards. When I had to speak at the planning board, it was all men. Now I see that there's a lot of women. I understand there's a lot of women on the zoning board now, and I applaud you. I think it's the right direction, but this to me is just frightening. First of all, there's no law against what she did. Why? The other thing is, why is there this cloak of darkness over the Board of Ethics? I mean, why are they being protected? What are they trying to protect? I mean, there's a double standard here. First of all, they're asking her to recuse herself, yet nobody from the board recused themselves when they obviously had a personal relationship that had gone sour. So I think, if there's anything that comes out of this, the changes to make this village go forward would be, first, remove the cloak. Why is it there? I think that Sue McCrory had an excellent point. And then the second thing is clarify the rules. I would just say again, there's no law against what Cindy Goldstein did. She has been an outstanding member of society. And I would also just say that, Tom, people voted for you because you are the moral compass of this village. People voted for you because they believe that you make the right decisions in a tough time. There is already a lawsuit outstanding. Cindy was wronged, and she has the right to have her good name righted. And I think that we should let the courts make this decision. This to me seems it seems crazy that anybody would weigh in on this. Let the courts do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Andreas Bermudez Hallstrom.
Okay.
Same rules, 5 minutes. You're on, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon now. There was a lot of mention of the notice provisions as far as for land use. The reason we have notice of properties within 400 feet, 100 feet, whatever the different applications have, is because it's assumed that certain projects will affect the properties that have to be noticed. And there's a reason why the property that Ms. Goldstein now lives on was noticed for the Hampshire application. I'm sure the mayor has read the decisions and how it's clear that the Hampshire project would affect the street and Ms. Goldstein's property. I think that case is more clear cut for the Homix application, where there was even a dollar amount put in as to the benefit of having approved that application. There was also the argument about vagueness. I cringed when Mr. Leventhal was talking about Ms. Goldstein's involvement with Pace University, because I am a proud alum of Pace Law. And one of the key points of ethics training for attorneys is that you cannot legislate absolutely every possible ethical violation, because if you do that, someone will come up with a new shady way to be unethical. Ethics rules are by design vague, and having legal training, I think Ms. Goldstein should have known better. The conflict for both the Hampshire application and the Homix application was clear. As far as the attitude of Ms. Goldstein that was alluded to by the ethics board, that is actually relevant in any sort of I'm a criminal defense attorney. When it comes to sentencing, which is what the Board of Ethics did after they came to their conclusion on the law, is what the punishment should be. Contrition is part of that. A defendant who is contrite, who accepts responsibility, gets a lesser punishment. In fact, it's even codified in the federal system under the sentencing guidelines. You get less jail time if you are contrite and you accept responsibility. There was also a lot of talk about how Ms. Goldstein cares so much about the community. There was also talk about how this would be equivalent, the municipal equivalent of the death penalty. And that's funny because Mr. Leventhal, who's doing an excellent job, his fee is being paid for by the taxpayers of the village of Mamaroneck. Last bill, I believe the total was, with all the bills so far, $125,000, which is actually about what it would cost to do a homicide defense. All this for what's basically a vanity exercise, because there's no inherent right to be on the planning board. She's not losing any money if she's kicked off the planning board. She's not facing any sort of other consequence that I know of just from being removed. Just to give a little history, the reason that Hampshire was before the planning board was because the Board of Trustees, back when I was on the board in 2013, 2014, had an application for rezoning from Hampshire. And we decided to send it to the planning board because we believed that that would be the place where both sides would get a fair hearing. We did not anticipate that the fix would be in against Hampshire. That was never our intention. And having somebody whose property would be affected by Hampshire, who's noticed, who received a notice from Hampshire on the basis that her property would be affected, would be making a decision against Hampshire. And I don't think you should give any credence to the argument that a recusal is the same as a nay. The end result of the lack of recusal and to the vote should not be taken into consideration. Whether you agree that with Ms. Goldstein's vote against Hampshire should not be part of their decision making. Our recusal is meant to ensure that there's no undue influence on an application, because both the applicant deserve it and the village deserve it. Ms. Goldstein's actions, we know that this is going to be the primary argument in Hampshire's lawsuit against the village, and Ms. Goldstein's action put the village at great risk legally. I think the village taxpayers are going to end up having to pay way more than $125,000 because of this decision. And this is not Ms. Goldstein's first run-ins with ethics and with conflicts of interest. When she was on the HCZM, she created working groups for the rewriting of the LWRP.
Please end up, your time is up, sir.
I will. She created groups of citizens that she picked to help rewrite the LWRP with absolutely no input and no showing that they did not themselves have conflicts. And in fact, some of the people appointed to these working groups did have financial interest in the LWRP.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next up is Allison Stabile.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Allison. Yes.
Hi. Just for the record, I have a question that the previous speaker was not asked to state his name and address, and I'm confused as to why he's even commenting at this proceeding.
Okay, I don't have an answer.
Saying everybody else is required to state.
Nobody's required to be asked.
Okay. Anyway, my name is Allison Stabile. I live at 572 The Parkway. I have lived in this village for 27 years now, and I'm calling to speak on Cindy Goldstein's behalf. Let me state for the record that I live nowhere near Hampshire or Miss Goldstein, and I'm on the other side of town. I also would like to comment that some of us are not very good at technology, and it's not always easy to attend these meetings and not always clear exactly how to access village meetings in general, such that a resident can make their presence known or ask questions. So I fear that there are many members of the public who are not able to hear these proceedings and participate. Anyway, I've known Cindy for most of the 27 years I have lived here, and mainly as a result of getting involved in the community and as a volunteer. And I've never witnessed anything but the highest level of integrity from this woman who, in my opinion, is a role model. I don't think you can top her years of service to this community on any level. And the kind of smearing that I've heard is just, I'm sorry, it's just appalling. For anybody who might even consider being a community volunteer, I would suggest that she's a role model and has given an extraordinary amount of her personal time. And this is just from my personal experience. And I have to say I was delighted to attend the event at the At Home on the Sound, where she was honored. I thought that was absolutely appropriate. And anyway, basically I'm appalled by what I consider to be a persecution of Cindy Goldstein. I'm appalled as a human being. I'm appalled as a woman. I'm appalled as a person who volunteers my time and energy for the benefit of this community. And I'm appalled as a taxpayer. The onerous message to any person wanting to participate in a meaningful way in this community is that you can be attacked personally and professionally and dragged through the mud simply for simply working hard on behalf of this village and contributing your time and energy. I think it's important to understand the emotional toll of this toxic, and I'm going to say that again, this is a toxic exercise. The Board of Ethics has created a hostile and toxic situation. I don't know what's behind it, and I think it's shameful, and I'm appalled that this is happening in the Friendly Village. I don't even know how we can call ourselves a friendly village at this point. I think it's important to pay attention to the financial impact of this farce to the taxpayers of this village. And I'm not talking about the fees that are being paid to Ms. Goldstein's attorney, because I think that's completely appropriate considering what she's been put through. I'm talking about the overall expenses, including everybody involved. And I won't point fingers and name names. I think there are other people who can do that much better than I can. I think it's important to get to the bottom of what has motivated this misguided action by the Board of Ethics in the first place. And I think we better ensure that this kind of vitriolic attack on a community volunteer serving this community in good faith never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next up is Nora Lucas. Trustee Lucas. Can you unmute, Nora?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nora, now we can.
Okay, hi, thanks. Okay, so I'm Nora Lucas. I live on Beach Avenue in Rhinebeck in Mamaroneck. I'm a village trustee. And I just have enormous questions about this process. Most recently, that the immense, voluminous record was made public only on Saturday. It's not possible to go through it in a few days. I know because I've had a paper copy of it since February. If the ethics board were so confident with this process and their recommendation, I don't understand why they were reluctant to make the Goldstein hearing record available for the public hearing. It has significantly delayed this what can only be called, I guess, a sentencing hearing. It's made things more difficult for the village and for Ms. Goldstein. I've read the record several times, and I don't agree with the statement that the ethics board made, that it was confident that any resident of the village who takes the time to read the thousands of pages that constitute the record in an honest and thoughtful manner will be convinced, as the ethics board was, that Ms. Goldstein committed serious violations of the code of ethics requiring her removal. To me, this raises a question about their objectivity, and I don't know how any of us, including the mayor, can have full confidence in a decision by a body that took 8 months to bring one of the charges and showed reluctance to publish the underlying record. Additionally, they additionally said disclosure could have a chilling effect on the workings of the ethics board that could adversely impact future investigations and hearings and adversely affect the ability to conduct a fair process. But as we've heard from many other people who are concerned that they might be next, or that gives them pause as to whether they want to continue to be volunteers, the ethics board gives no similar consideration to the chilling effect that the Goldstein hearing process and decision might have, or has already had, on the many residents who may not decide to seek land use or other positions. The language is also condescendingly critical of Ms. Goldstein's opinion of having a good faith different opinion. They criticized her attitude. Her attitude prevailed. She refused to even consider the ethics board's point of view. She refused to avail herself of their assistance. She showed no contrition. Rigorously defending your right to contest the ethics board interpretation doesn't constitute a bad attitude. It constitutes self-respect and self-defense. And I think I applaud Cindy for sticking up for herself and for all the volunteers in the village who could otherwise be kowtowed by the ethics board. I also, there was a big exchange about the letter that she sent, the email that she sent at the end of the hearing. And the ethics board accused her of being incorrect and misleading. I received that. I'm a fact checker. I'm a researcher professionally. There was no inaccuracy in that. I think they were upset by it, but there was no inaccuracy. And I think her reference to Hampshire was really a reference to maybe that's what the underlying complaint and cause was. I'm really concerned that the ethics board made a statement at the beginning of January that they had some information, and they're acting on some information. We still don't know where the information kind of came from. And months and months later, a year and a half later, and hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably on both sides in the investigation, we're nowhere. We're just in a stage where we don't know how these charges were brought. I'm troubled by the failure to be consistent with the in which a previous board member said, participated in a ministerial in the past, but they ended up giving Cindy an ethics violation after she had done what they asked. And I think that having a record, while the ethics board believes it's being unbiased, I think the board doesn't seem to be unbiased. Language describing Ms. Goldstein's attitude and lack of deference. I think the timing of the Hampshire charges, the inconsistency with the Santoro decision, and the amount of time it simply took to bring this to fruition, and then once it came to fruition, for them to release the record so the Board of Trustees could act on the recommendation, are issues that I'm very empathetic to Tom because I think he's got a really hard decision in front of him. In considering the ethics board recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next up is somebody named Daria Locker. Then we're going to go to Doreen Roney on the phone.
Hi there, I'm Daria Locker, and I live on Cedar Island in Larchmont. So I'm speaking up now directly to the mayor as a concerned, even upset citizen. So Mr. Mayor, in 2013, when you ran for office, the Daily Voice ran an article where you said ethics was important to you. You said, and I quote, "To me, one of the most pressing issues in every form of government is to restore people's faith that the government works for them. I am therefore confused how this is even a discussion of your agreeing or not with the unanimous decision of the Ethics Board recommending Ms. Goldstein leave the planning board immediately. As Mr. Cooper previously mentioned, why did it take 6 months for this decision to be made public with this hearing? This passage of time makes it feel like you waited for Cindy Goldstein to reject the Hampshire project and then announce the hearing a convenient few days later. Obviously, there is an issue with the official standards that were extensively discussed throughout this day, and that needs to be addressed at a future time, preferably as soon as possible. I understand that this current situation isn't convenient or wanted in your position, but it does fall under your position's official obligations, and I expect that you act in a way conforming to the ethical standards promised to your constituency. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Doreen Roney. She's been waiting a while. So we're going to call Doreen on the phone. We'll put her on speakerphone.
Doreen, can you speak?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, great. We got you.
Great. You didn't have to call me. I had been hanging on the line. I first want to say I've been a lifelong resident in the Village of Mamaroneck, currently live on Highview Street. I am also a member of the Harbor Coastal Zone and Management Commission and served with Cindy Goldstein for a period of 4 years. I am very troubled by this entire situation. I'll begin by saying, as a member of a board for the past 5.5 years, I haven't heard any educational component to what the Ethics Board is supposed to be providing to anyone who is an appointee of a board in the Village of Mamaroneck. That should be step one. Step two, as a board member myself, when I had questions of recusal and so on and so forth, I previously would contact the land use attorney at the time, and my thought process on why I should recuse was pretty much thrown by the wayside. I had a situation next door to me where a former planning board chair, acting under shell companies, I will say, might have been part and parcel to a potential development going on next door to me, and it wasn't until Ms. Suzanne McCrory did a FOIL request on his disclosure that he resigned and told you and I, Tom, to go to hell. That in itself,
Go to hell a lot of times since.
pretty much, well, told everybody to go to hell, but you and I, personally. At any rate, I will say this. In the time I have been on Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission with Cindy Goldstein, because she's no longer on our commission, I have never, ever seen such a mentor, such a person with integrity. If I ever had a question, she would basically make a suggestion on how to find the information. It wouldn't come from her personally, but if she had the answer, she would give it. I have no reason to believe that there was anything untoward that Cindy Goldstein did in the two matters of the Ethics Board coming down with whatever deliverance they have here today. It is unacceptable that anyone that sits on a board can have the Ethics Board without a sworn testimony of someone making a complaint.
Doreen, I lost you. All right, Doreen has disappeared. The next up is Mr. Natchez. You know, we're only going to, just for people who are trying to get back on the queue, you get one shot at the apple. So let's go to Mr. Natchez.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Natchez. In addition to being a resident, I'm also a trustee of the Village Board of Trustees. In 2017, I undertook a small assignment as president of my consulting company to assist Stephen Goldstein, husband of Cynthia Goldstein, and the subject of this hearing. The assignment was the evaluation of their septic system at 5 Oak Lane in early 2017 when they were considering purchasing their current home. This was a one-time work, not ongoing consultation, and I listed this work in my 2018 and 2019 disclosure forms filed with the village. As a village trustee, I later recused myself from participating in board discussions involving a request from Stephen Goldstein on the Board of Trustees regarding sewers at Oak Lane and Hommocks Road. At the time I recused myself, I was still within the 2-year period in which the disclosures are required by the village disclosure form. It has now been approximately 3 years since I performed one-time work for the Goldsteins, and I do not anticipate any future work from them at this time. Because of my past work, I was also included on a list of potential hearing witnesses to be called by the Ethics Board involving Cynthia Goldstein, but I was not called as a witness. I have received communication from the Ethics Board suggesting that I consider recusing myself from participating in the Board of Trustees matters that involve Cynthia Goldstein. I note that I do not have any decision-making authority in this hearing today, which is the mayor's hearing, but I believe it is important for me to state my opinion, and I do not believe that I have a conflict of interest in this issue that would require recusal. I've consulted my attorney who agrees that I do not have a conflict of interest. I believe that the I believe that the Ethics Board is entirely mistaken in their recommendation regarding Cynthia Goldstein, which is the matter of this public hearing. In my opinion, when everything is boiled down to its simplest denomination regarding Ms. Goldstein, the Ethics Board is seeking to enforce their interpretation of the Ethics Code, which differs from the historic approach of the village by requiring any member of the board or commission from recusing themselves if they live within the notice distance from a property that may be before the board or commission. The Ethics Board made this specific recommendation to the Board of Trustees to change the Ethics Code to incorporate that recommendation. 4 members of the Board of Trustees expressed concerns about the recommendation, and the Board of Trustees has not changed the Ethics Code to include same. Yet this has not stopped the Ethics Board of seeking to advise board and commission members that this is what the code means and that they should recuse themselves if they live within the notice area. Ms. Goldstein first saw the Hampshire application as chair of the Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission when she lived at a residence not within the notice area. Her approach at that time, as reflected in the record, and since that time, was to ask hard questions to ensure that applicants meet the requirements of the various codes, laws, and regulations. It is an approach that she has and others have used on applications that have appeared before them in various public servant capacities. It is my belief, based upon the entire Cynthia Goldstein record, that the Ethics Board recommendation to remove Mrs. Goldstein from the Planning Board is incorrect and not within the best interest of the village. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Richard Littman. Mr. Littman, go ahead. Mr. Littman? Now he's muted. Unmute. You are muted now.
Now, is it okay?
Yes, you're fine.
All right, good. Thank you very much. I don't want to be repetitive, all the testimony you've heard so far, but I realize what a tough spot you're in. And I just wanted to give you some impression that I've had. I serve on the Village Planning Board. I have since December of 2016. I've had a lot of opportunity to work with Cindy, and I think she's really terrific. She's added a lot of professional expertise and community expertise. I, as a relative newcomer, have learned a lot from Cindy and Kathy and John and Lou, some of the others over time. And I think it would be a tragic error and not in the public interest to remove Cindy from our board. We have a couple of lawyers, engineer, planner, and Kathy, just an all-around whiz. It's a really good board, and we've always striven to comply with the law and be objective and do what we can. And Hampshire was a bruising exercise for us. We were getting it from all sides. And I have to tell you, what goes for Cindy goes for all of us. We remained objective and professional, followed the state law as best we could, and reached a decision. And, maybe that's made the current situation somewhat awkward, but when you follow the law, you have to live with where you end up. So I would urge you, please, to not remove Cindy and let us continue making progress in the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Litton. Okay, that concludes public comment. Okay. I don't think there's much to.
Tom, I got one more.
You got one more home.
Victor Dufour.
Okay, Victor Dufour. Go ahead, Victor.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Victor Tafour. I'm a village resident. I bring these comments as private citizen, but I am a member of the Board of Trustees, so it's hard to keep those hats separate. I do apologize for not raising my hand earlier, but honestly, in the morning, I actually come without the benefit of the morning hearing because I had a conflict of work, and now I've been actually struggling with a conflicting matter. I try my best to multitask, but it is hard in this time of the day. So I apologize for raising my hand now. Straight to my comments. I've been a resident for 16 years now, and I've met Ms. Goldstein through her volunteer positions, maybe around 8-10 years. And I do have the highest regard for her work as a volunteer and for her personal integrity. And I say that even preserving, I think, my independence and objectivity in these comments, and of course in the board where I sit and any further proceedings. I actually also heard of her work for PACE as a trustee, as a former alumni, and I also have to, just to mention that I am an adjunct there. I have my master's and my doctorate for PACE, and I do teach there part-time. But of course, that has actually no bearing in my highest regard for her appointment. And actually, I want to thank her for that additional level of volunteering that I didn't know. The mayor asked us to provide some questions or comments, so I thank him for that. I didn't really hesitate. I just, of course, want to be very careful that I don't overstep my comments. I don't want to touch any areas that I should not. But anyway, I do have very quickly 2 general questions and comments on the recommendation, 2 on the decision, and a final comment. My main question is that this is not about whether the mayor can remove her, is whether she should remove her. Just keep that, you stated, but just keep faithful to that. You have discretion. Your judgment call will determine volunteerism in this village. And I hope the mayor can find an outcome that is favorable to the village. Working on this matter, including changes to the code, training, other issues that you probably have mentioned as mitigation, I think it's not just for Ms. Goldstein, but for all of us included here. My 2 comments are here. Removal is really extreme and drastic measure. That's reserved for unscrupulous conduct or gross dereliction of duty or conduct that denotes a pattern of misconduct and abuse of authority. I didn't make that up. I learned that when we went to the training session in December. That was in the package that Mr. Mancini gave us. My second comment also comes from that packet, which is that recusal is an extreme remedy, one that should be only invoked when it's necessary and absolutely necessary to preserve the transparency and trust when impartiality is compromised. My second comment is that objectively, what supports that Mrs. Goldstein's impartiality has been compromised? And as you've noted, I'm raising this as questions. They're not statements, as things that I would take into account, and that's what the mayor asked us for. Now, very briefly on the decision. Now, on the hammocks matter, I won't say much other than, and without testifying or saying anything further, I was sitting on that dais on February 13 in the Santoro matter. I think enough has been said. I think that precedent should be followed, and I think that says a lot. On the Hampshire matter, I am concerned that the code has a definition of interest, which then mentions benefit, and then mentions that it has to be as a result of a business or professional transaction. But I also note with concern that there's no definition of benefit. And benefit, it's very, very open-ended, benefit, financially or otherwise, or that there gives a reasonable appearance of a conflict of interest. Now, I looked at the decision, and without getting into further legal analysis, I just have a simple line here. When that was applied, because I'm not going to get into the standards for legal, when that was applied, this is what the decision says. Because Ms. Goldstein would be impacted in a material different way than the vast majority of the village residents, it creates an appearance of conflict of interest or impropriety. Decision at 55. So how is that applied here? As a different standard, as an additional standard? I would say that you have to be very careful with that. And I end up with a personal note.
Let me finish.
I was brought in another country. I've been here for 20 years, and the most important value we have in this country, which I'm now a very proud resident and citizen, is not just the Constitution, due process, but local government. Local government is based on voluntarism. We don't have that anywhere else in the world. It's the most fundamental value, and I urge you to keep that in mind. Your decision will really impact voluntarism in this village.
Thank you. Okay, can you go to Paul and Tony Ryan? Hello, Ryans.
Unmute your mic.
You gotta unmute your mic.
Okay, we've just unmuted. I'm calling because I'm in total support of Cindy Goldstein. I've known her for a very long time. And my concerns about what you have to use to make your decision really rest on three things that come across so strongly to me. Number one is that her attorney said that everyone is entitled to due process. I believe everyone is also entitled to know their accuser, and that is as part of the Constitution, Amendment 6, I believe, and I think that that is her right to know her accuser. So I think that puts us in a very bad place that she doesn't, because if you know who has a problem with her behavior, it may very well have nothing to do with what she has done in her job as a planning board member. Secondly, I think that the lack of consistency in the judgment here is so revealing, because you have, the two cases that you have used are so clearly exactly the same thing that Cindy's done, and yet she is being taken to task for acting the same as others who've been found innocent. And finally, we worked very hard on establishing an ethics committee and an ethics law. Tom, you were there at that time as well. And it seems to me that along the way, there has been a lack of training of boards change, new people come on, and that's true of the ethics board. And it seems to me that their knowledge of what their responsibilities are always needs to be, they need to be reminded of that or taught what that is. And newcomers on other boards also need to know what the ethics board is all about and what their ethic responsibility to the residents of this village is. So those are my concerns, that you use consistency and that you use the fact that she doesn't know the person who has accused her. I think those are very important things to take into consideration when you make your decision. And again, I am in strong support. I see nothing that Cindy Goldstein has done that is that makes her guilty of anything. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tony. Have a good night.
You too.
The next up is Gina Van Eyck.
Hello?
You're on, Gina.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm just trying to back up out of here for a second and find my way. Okay, please give me a second of patience here. And I'm not getting there. See if I can escape this. I apologize. It is not working. It's very difficult to try to work and keep a million browsers open and do this at the same time.
Okay.
I do apologize. Let's see, this may work. Okay, here we go.
You ready?
Now I can see you. If you're getting any reverberation in this, I want to make sure you can hear me.
Go ahead, Gina. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm really calling to support Cindy. I don't know Cindy personally. I only know Cindy through my work and what I've learned through committees over the last years since the floods happened in Mamaroneck. I've been a resident my entire life, and I became very involved in the village when we had the floods of Irene and Sandy, and that's where I started to meet the people that were involved, that cared about the same issues I did. And she was a very important figure for me to learn a lot from. I started to watch her meetings and learn about watersheds and laws. And I simply I can't reiterate everything everyone said because I feel the same way. I looked up, our village is 3.2 square miles. Absolutely everybody in this village is affected by any development and density, just by the geography of it, whether we're affected positively or negatively. And, what I found by watching the boards over the years and being an ignorant political person until I started to realize the world was bigger, that the Village of Mamaroneck boards and committees have people of all backgrounds and professions: lawyers, real estate agents, agency owners, developers, business proprietors,